worked for IBM or something. But he also came to Southern. He's like 14.
Oh,
I don't remember him. Whole life school.
Yeah, the one in the back.
And their
I
neighbors.
remember. Oh,
They're actually neighbors.
okay. Hey, Dad. Yes. It's now time to call to order the special recognition committee. But before I do that, I'd like to say good afternoon and happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers in the room. Okay, let's give the mothers a round of applause. You have been carrying us a long time, and thank you for that. This time, we're going to ask for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. And the invocation will be done by the right Pastor James Riley, Little Rock Baptist Church. Pastor Riley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor.
If you would, bow your heads with us and let's pray. Our Father and our God, how we bless your name because your name is great and greatly to be praised. Father God, as we come today, we say thank you. We thank you because you are God, and besides you there is none other. God, we thank you today that you have brought us together in a spirit of wisdom for this meeting. We ask now in the name of Jesus, God, that you would be with us, that you would help this great board, guide decisions, Lord God, that you would allow your presence to be felt by every person that is in the room. Father, we ask for your wisdom. Even at the beginning of this meeting, God, we acknowledge that we need you, God, and that we cannot do anything without you. Dear God, we ask now that your spirit of generosity, your spirit of thanksgiving, your spirit of grace would abound in this place. God, we ask that you would help us to honor one another, that you would help us to keep an open mind. Father, that you would allow us to voice what is true, that you would help us to listen with that which is right. Open our hearts, open our minds, that we might be able to discern what is of you, that we might be able to unite and have a fruitful outcome. God, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for your presence. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Riley. Little Rock Baptist Church, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Would now like to introduce LaJuan Troy Murphy. Troy, are you here? Come on forward. Troy Murphy, you guys, is an outstanding 12th grade honor student at the Southern University Laboratory School, who is our 2024 valedictorian with an overall GPA of 4.138. Could y'all put your hands together for that?
Very good.
Troy is an exceptional student whose level of perseverance and determination surpasses most his age. He won the high school esports league NBA 2K national championship in 8th grade and was the runner-up in the 9th and 10th grade. While attending the lab school, Troy has been a part of the history club as the president, youth and government Beta Club, esports team captain, and basketball team co-captain. When not in school, he enjoys playing video games, listening to music, and spending quality time with family and friends. Troy is the son of LaJuan Troy Murphy Sr. and Angela Ferdinand Murphy, both Southern University Laboratory School alumni. Troy has accumulated 27 hours in college credits through dual enrollment courses and will further his studies at the Southern University and A&M College on a full scholarship and major in electrical engineering. Congratulations, Troy. Thank you so much.
All right.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. With Chairman Lawson, President Shields, members of the board, and distinguished guests, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Congratulations, young man.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we have some certificates, Dr. Renee. Wonderful young man. Next, we'll go to item 3A, which is Above and Beyond Award. I'm going to ask Dr. Damian Gary to come up and help us out with that recognition. Dr. Gary, there he is. Always sharply dressed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the President, board members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and with all due protocol observed, it's my honor and privilege to make this introduction. The person I'm about to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, represents one of the best members of the Jaguar Nation. This special colleague, there are several of them in my college that could qualify for this special award. But this particular individual epitomizes the good job that is done in the college. Distinguished board members, allow me the privilege to tell you that this particular applicant, her community services is unparalleled. And that's one of the good marks of any ivory tower. If you cannot reach the community, you are not a good ivory tower. And this person represents it, one of them. There are a couple of them in the college. She stays hours and hours, 1 a.m., reading students' papers and dissertations. In case you don't know, board members, the job we do sometimes put our lives at risk. When we reject students and tell them your paper is not good, some of them go to very unusual extent. Run to the media, run to the board, run to the governor. Some even threaten to go to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. And sometimes we're really afraid of our lives because you never know when somebody will go off. This particular applicant has been threatened so many times. But the good news, board members, I'm very proud and confident that in all of these threats, our administration, the academic affairs, the chancellor have always stood behind us. And that has been the rock of what we do. And so today, this is so fitting. Allow me if I'm too excited, but it's a wonderful moment that one of those colleagues who suffered this should be honored today. That's a very big consolation. It kind of reinforces. It's very fortifying. Now we can go forth and do what we've been called upon. Because, as Chancellor Pierre once told us before the faculties, he said, and I quote, every morning, each and every one of you must answer this question, why are you here? Very powerful, moving statement. And the person I'm about to introduce that has gone beyond and above, that constantly answers the question why we're here, is no other than the chairman of my public administration, my PhD research director. He's known by a very simple name, Dr. Hines. Are you here? Will you please stand up? I know you're surprised. Come on down.
I was coming here to support you, give a speech.
And that is the speech. Mr. President, board member, I present to you the person that has earned the Beyond and Above Award from the Nelson Mandela College of Government and Services, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chancellor, here she is.
Congratulations.
I sure did. Please.
Wow. I'm truly at loss of words, which is unusual, and very honored and humbled. I set upon this campus as a student in 1988, as a student in the Masters of Public Administration program, under the chairship of Dr. Damien Ejigiri, who was the chair of the department. I went on to earn my master's and proceeded on to get to Howard University to attain my PhD in political science, only to come back to Southern University to teach again on January 6th of 1998. And I've been here since then. People talk about home away from home. This is home for me. This is where I met my late husband. This is where I got my degree. This is where my children went to school at Southern Lab. This is where my daughter graduated from last semester. This is where my son went to university as well. So this is home for me. I love this place, and I live for blue and gold. And thank you. I mean, I am so honored and so humbled to be a part of Jaguar Nation, and for having mentors in my life like Dr. Tarver and Dr. Ejigiri, just be that wind beneath my wings to make me who I am today. And they are the ones who are actually worthy of this award, because it is their hard work and it is on the shoulder of these giants that I stand. And I want to thank you all. Thank you.
Come over. You want to introduce and invite your family up and join us in some pictures?
This is her birthday, and we were supposed to go out for a late lunch.
All right. Come on. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well, this is my family. There are a few more that are not here today. This is her birthday, my sister's birthday, and she flew in from Singapore to surprise my mother for Mother's Day. And we were going to go have a late lunch after this, which is why they're here today. And I told him I need to support my dean. He's given a speech, so let's do this. So this is my sister, Savita, and this is my daughter, Jyoti. She is an alum of Southern University as well.
And I'm so proud. I've seen her around, not only in the classroom, around the football fields, tailgating, recruiting, and certainly you can tell where your heart is by where you send your kids and where you send your money. So thank you for that. I've heard about this young lady from a gentleman behind me, so I'm gonna let him say a few words if you'd like to, and Chancellor, if you want to follow.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a marvelous moment. I take a moment because I remember when she first came here. I remember all the people she touched, people she helped. I knew her late husband. And for her to be recognized, very special, not only for this family, but for that larger family that she's associated with at the Nelson Mandela College. And she's given so much to it. And to be recognized, I know that this is not just for you, but for all of the other of your colleagues that have given so much of themselves to make sure that we turn our students who are proficient and who are excellent. And we thank you so much for all of that.
Dr. Hines, I just want to tell you how happy I am for you today, and that you have really become part of the, I guess, the whole ecosystem here that produces so many great graduates who do so many great things. And when we look at the accomplishments of individuals from the doctoral program who have led agencies and done so many things, that could not happen without you being there, being the heartbeat and the soul, and just being an inspiration. So again, congratulations.
We're going to step around the ceiling and take a picture.
We're going to fight to get it back.
Thank you again, and congratulations, Dr. Adams. Let's give her another round of applause. Okay, we have a special presentation. I saw a gentleman that's no stranger to our university system walk in. I don't know who, Chancellor, are you going to recognize item number B is special presentation
Yes.
by IBM.
Yes.
Chancellor Pierre.
Good afternoon.
No.
We have a very special visitor with us, someone who's not a stranger, Mrs. Valinda Scarborough Kennedy from IBM. And we have been in a partnership for a few years that has produced some great results. And we're going to expand that partnership. And she's going to talk about what we have done in the past, what we're doing in the future, and make some young folks happy with some dollars that they have earned because of their hard work.
Good afternoon, the Board of Southern University System. Good afternoon, all of our amazing support system that is behind me. So please don't take it ill. I just want to make sure as we have this conversation today, you understand the first part of what I'm going to cover with your students. It's not a check is coming, it's a check has already been delivered. IBM is very committed to higher education. We've been working with higher education since we started our IBM PhD program in 1951. So when we talk about IBM's engagement in higher education, it didn't start 5 years ago or even 15 years ago. We've been doing this for an extended period of time under the support and leadership of our CEOs. I share that with you because in 1951, when we created the PhD fellowship program, you can see the history on a global scale. 4 years ago, we created the IBM Master's Fellowship Program. And every year, Southern University System has nominated candidates who have been the recipients of that award. I'm here today to tell you this year, we had the largest group of award recipients, 18 IBM Master's Fellowship awardees across our 101 HBCUs. Out of that 18 this year, Southern University System had 7 awardees. Each of those 7 awardees received a check from us for over $11,000 each. I'd like to recognize those awardees, and if they're in the room today, please come join me at the podium. I'd like to start with Visha Cassandra Karim. Next, Emma Darkwa. Next, we have Shipal Jaswal. Next awardee, Sir Cassandra Giulianti. Next, we have joining me, Amelia Mendoza. In addition, Evelyn Kwashna. And I'm rounding out this amazing list of talented IBM Master's Fellowship awardees from Southern University System includes Shazwa Ramedas. Please join me in giving an amazing and supportive round of applause to your IBM Master's Fellowship awardees.
That's beautiful. Doctor telling us once again, get out the picture. All right, busted. We tried.
Photobomb.
Notice she didn't tell me to get out the picture. Fortune mentioned tough. Okay.
I'd like to continue because that's not all this IBM Southern University System relationship has delivered. We are in a partnership with Southern University System Baton Rouge campus, thanks to the leadership of Chancellor John Pierre. We are deploying, yes, please. We are deploying a program called the IBM Freshman Initiative, the IBM All Freshman Initiative. The IBM All Freshman Initiative is based upon the concept that every student who goes to Southern University Baton Rouge campus as a freshman will take an IBM Getting Started course in either artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, or data science.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, or data science. The significance of that is about 4 months ago, we had congressional leaders stand up and say, we do not understand artificial intelligence in the United States, and we need to potentially put a moratorium on it for us to understand it. They had 3 individuals they brought in to guide them. And in the fastest I've ever seen Congress work, they decided in that 3-hour meeting, it would not be effective nor prudent for the United States government to put a moratorium on artificial intelligence because the rest of the world would just keep moving without us. Southern University Baton Rouge campus has decided the one area they would have all their freshmen focus on is artificial intelligence. Think of the statement that makes to our congressional leaders, to our industry leaders, and to the communities that this school so proudly serves. In the IBM All Freshman Initiative, the freshmen will be able to take one of those 3 areas and get an IBM industry credential. That credential then gives them other opportunities. They have the opportunity to sign up to get IBM Speed Mentoring, which is 3 30-minute sessions, and they have the opportunity to apply for paid micro internships. As a freshman, you will have students, when they set foot on this campus as a freshman, presented immediately with the opportunity to take these 3-hour courses, which means within a week of their arrival on this campus, they could have a project working with a business somewhere in the United States, apply what they learned in that 3-hour course in a 10-hour project and be paid $250. Think about what that means in 4 years. You will have a campus that you can tell your governor, every student on my campus has received an IBM industry credential in artificial intelligence. Your nursing students, your philosophy students, your mathematics students. Think of the power that your students achieve as freshmen by getting not only payment, experience, and contacts. They will leave here in 4 years potentially with 8 different experiences. They will leave here potentially with 8 different industry contacts, and they will leave here with a Southern University degree with a combination of resources that will take them far. I bring this to you today because I wanted you to be excited, because someone said to me, I see you so much here. For those of you who don't know me, as Valinda Scarborough Kennedy, I am HBCU strong as a graduate of West Virginia State University, one of the 19 original land-grant institutions. You will see me here because this is family. HBCUs have one thing that I tell people. When I walk on an HBCU campus, I know what the rocks mean. The rocks might be painted white and red or purple and gold, but I know what the rocks mean. So for those of us who might have missed Bible study last night, the reference to the rocks will cry out. When we do what we're supposed to, the rocks do not have to cry out on our behalf. We are able to demonstrate in our students that we are doing the best we have with what we have, and we are flying with them higher than ever thought possible by those who see us. I'm excited to be here yet once again. I'm excited to share with you the check for $77,000 that's already been delivered to this campus. Not something that's coming, not in the mail, it's already delivered. I offer all your freshmen that opportunity to come in and week one get $250. So when mom and dad say, why am I spending all this money on you? They can say, I've made a contact in IBM who's mentoring me. I've got an IBM badge credential, and mom and dad, I've made my own money with the education you're sending me to Southern University System to achieve. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this organization and partnering with you and your students. And I appreciate the welcome you always give me when IBM and I return to this campus time and time again to partner and collaborate with you. Thank you very much.
Chancellor Pierre.
I also want to recognize Dr. Derek Warren, who is here with us. Dr. Warren, because a lot of this, it all started because Dr. Warren came and said, I have something I think is going to be very, very valuable. And we started talking about it, and we came up with some crazy ideas, and we created something that we call LabSet. That Dr. Yolanda Smith has really been working with us, and we do these boot camps where our students get IBM certifications and a number of different things: cybersecurity, Internet of Things, blockchain, AI. I can't even name quantum computing. It's a large list, and I saw it as an opportunity. First, I was being selfish for the law students who would need these types of technical capacities to function in a modern legal practice. And then we said, well, look, let's just open it up to everybody across all disciplines. And we've been very successful in doing these boot camps. We do at least 2 a year, sometimes 3 a year. And we've had a number of people with those certifications, and this has led to other opportunities. And now we get to do this with freshmen coming in. And think about it, in 4 years, all Southern University students will have all of this behind them. And the interesting thing about it is these other opportunities, which we are going to cultivate through the School of Business and other colleges so that students can continue to develop these skills, which they will sorely need when they graduate. They will need these skills irrespective of what they major in. A degree with these skills will give them a leg up in the market and will give them opportunities to become better entrepreneurs and better citizens. So again, this is to me a groundbreaking opportunity, and I am so glad that this opportunity has been offered to us here at Southern University.
Thank you, Chancellor. I just wanted to say, one, good afternoon, family. Secondly, because we don't want to leave anybody out, Southern University, especially in the spirit of Chancellor Pierre and all of the chancellors and Dr. Smith, has included Grambling State in this initiative. They have also included Grambling State in the partnership of the boot camp. So Southern's boot camps now allow Grambling students and faculty to participate. Now, if that's not partnership, I don't know what is. If that's not inclusivity, I don't know what is. Secondly, just so that everybody doesn't feel left out, and I know Valinda's, I'm gonna let her expand on it, everyone in this room has access to these IBM courses. All of the board, all of our faculty, all of our staff, students, everyone who has a Southern University System ID can take some of these courses, and I encourage you to take advantage of it. everyone, and I know some that have. And I'll give you one quick story. At SUNO, when we were doing one of the board meetings, I was outside sitting down, and one of the custodians, who happened to be a student at SUNO, said, "Can I take these courses?" And we sat down right there, and I showed her how to get an IBM ID and how to start taking a design thinking course. And now I believe that student has a degree with credentials. And that's the power of continuous learning, lifelong learning, and the power of Southern University, Grambling State, and our HBCUs as a whole.
Thank you, Derek. I'm Yolanda Albert Smith. I have assumed the role since Derek has defected to us, to Grambling. So I am the new IBM point of contact for the Southern University system. To date, we have about 165 students registered for our boot camp that starts June 2nd. So registration is open until May 28th. And so we have that on the website. Feel free to register and be a part of our boot camps. We want to thank Valinda, thank Derek for continuing with their partnership, and we look forward to expanding this program even further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to item number C, increasing clinicians of diversity presentation. Chancellor.
And members of the board, I would like to bring up Ms. Deidre Street, who has been working very diligently on ICOD, increasing clinicians of diversity, and because of her creativity and thinking, okay. You're here. I didn't know you were coming.
Yes, sir, I made it.
All right.
I made it.
Dr. Stubblefield, please. And we'll talk about some events coming up in June that I think are really transformational events for the communities that they will be in for the whole state of Louisiana. Dr. Stubblefield.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So one great thing that the chancellor did mention was the persons of people that actually make things happen on the campus. So I'm very pleased to be working with Ms. Deidre Street. She was a program manager for this SU ICOP program. We are very pleased and excited to be being charged by the president and the board for those the ones that actually activated the funding for the university. And you can see some of the impact in the different areas that we have on the screen for you. And I believe we have a handout for you as well that might be passed out to you guys. But it shows the different areas that we impacted in terms of community health fairs, student support, $3 million, professional development, $200,000, facility upgrades and equipment, $2.8 million. So you can see that the $15 million that we received from the state of Louisiana, from Louisiana Department of Health, has been adequately and strategically deployed across these particular areas. Hopefully not only to increase the number of students that we have in the sciences and engineering and the health field, but also to show how we actually impact the communities across the state of Louisiana. You can see across the top that 49 of the 64 parishes have been impacted, particularly with the being able to work with our other SU system schools, Shreveport, New Orleans, as well as the Ag Center and the Law Center. So with the Ag Center's extension to those particular regions, we truly have had a very significant impact over just the course of a year and about 2 months. So we are truly excited about what we've done with the program, particularly as it relates to the last week or so, going out in terms of outreach to our high school across, where did we go to? We went to 8 schools, including Southern University Laboratory School, Glen Oaks, and Scotlandville as well. So being able to, again, provide health, wellness, outreach, also giving us medical screenings for our athletes at these particular schools as well, and making them aware of not only what we can do in these particular spaces, but hopefully as an incentive to encourage them to come to Southern University to expand their outreach to these communities. One great thing about the way that we've actually sent out our funds in terms of engaging our students, in terms of stipends, in terms of actually exploration to other schools to see what healthcare actually does across different communities, was very exciting. We had students from different departments on the campus, including biology, chemistry, policy, education. All those particular schools have been impacted. So we're excited about what we've done, and we're actually excited about what's going to happen next. But definitely feel free to read at your leisure about what great things that ICOD has done.
Good afternoon. So what we're really excited about is the teen advocacy project that we just initiated in the past 2 weeks. We went to Scotlandville High School. We went to Estruma High School. We went to Glen Oaks, and Helix Aviation Academy, Helix Legal Academy, and Mentorship Academy. So the students were really excited. So what we did there, besides offering the screenings for the athletes, we had stations set up, and at those stations, it gave the students an opportunity, an open space to express themselves about some of the issues that they had been dealing with. If you know, today is Mental Health Action Day. And so we thank you for allowing us to speak on Mental Health Action Day. One of the deliverables of this project was to ensure that we educated our community about mental health awareness, along with COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy, and to speak a little bit more about the disparities that our community suffers in healthcare. So we had a group of students in October to visit Columbia University in New York, and I think I have a couple of students that took that trip here with us today. We had 17 students to visit. There was a conference there called Mitigating Disparities in Healthcare. Dean Sandra Brown was the keynote speaker for that conference. And so if any of the students that were at that conference are in the room, could you please stand? Okay. So we have two young men. Jorian Dupree is an environmental toxicology PhD student, and Laurent Mitchell is an undergraduate in sociology. Thank you. This spring, we had 20 students to visit Duke University at a conference called Social Mission Alliance. And again, they talked about health disparities in healthcare. And I believe I have 2 students that attended that conference in the room as well, but there were 20 students to attend. Please stand. Again, we have Laurent Mitchell from sociology and Shireen Matthews, who is a dietetic internship student, correct? Okay, thank you. And I would be remiss without acknowledging some of the staff members that helped to make this project such a success. We have Ms. Pamela Brew, Karen Page, Carrie Adams, and Dr. Tanjanika Johnson. Pamela, Carrie, and Karen are all part of the Office of Research and Strategic Initiatives, and they were really instrumental in helping me to manage this project. Dr. Tanjanika Williams is a professor in the Department of Biology, and she helped us find students to attend these conferences, and she traveled along with them. So I really would like to thank Dr. Johnson for doing that for us. Upcoming, as the Chancellor Pierre has announced, we have 4 free health clinics occurring in June in partnership with Love Heals Free Clinics. I'm not sure if any of you are associated or know about Love Heals Free Clinics, but they have been putting on these free clinics in the Baton Rouge area for about 7 years. I had the opportunity to visit a free clinic in February where my son volunteered, and I was so impressed with the volume of service that was provided at that clinic. I said that SUICOD needed to be providing some of those services to our communities in a larger extent. So I had the great idea, hopefully, to reach out to the other campuses, see if they would assist us in providing those services across the state. So we got Chancellor Pierre from the Law Center and Chancellor McMeans and Chancellor Gant from Shreveport, and they all agreed. So we have the first clinic coming up June 15th here in Baton Rouge at the Mini Dome. The second clinic is in Opelousas, Louisiana on June 17th, sponsored by the Ag Center. On June 20th, we're going to Alexandria, and that clinic is going to be sponsored by the Law Center. And then on June 22nd, we'll be headed to Shreveport, and that clinic will be sponsored by Shreveport. So we thank you guys for allowing us to do that. And that's all I have.
So all I had to do was actually identify maybe one or two people in my office that pull things together. And Ms. Deidre Shreve was responsible for identifying everyone else, which she has described out to you guys. So we're excited about it. And we do look forward, Mr. Chancellor, to actually showing some of the updates that we've done in different colleges, including the School of Nursing, in terms of the infrastructure piece as well. So thanks for the time today.
Thank you, Dr. Stubberfield and Ms. Street. I often say it's what you don't see that's impressive, and that certainly goes in place with what they do on a day-to-day and throughout the week basis. So thank you very much. Item number D, recognition of SU Labs Schools Bowling Coach, Mr. Barry Doyle. I'm going to yield to our Vice Chairman, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Coach Doyle, if you could approach the podium, please. It's actually the Southern University women's bowling team. That was a misprint. Our women's sports have been holding it down. If you guys have not paid attention, the SWAC girls basketball team was very competitive the last couple of years. But what's often been unrecognized is our bowling team. Coach Doyle has been successful 2 years in a row. He took over at Southern University. He's a Southern University, he's Baton Rouge native. We're childhood friends. He went to Southern University Laboratory School, and they did beat us in high school in basketball. I would admit that publicly, Barry. So you now have that. But he did graduate from SU. He took over the bowling program in 2021. The team was picked to finish no higher than 5th at that time, and they actually ended the year in 3rd place at the SWAC tournament in 2021. As his first full year as the head coach in 2021-2022, the team finished 3rd in the regular season, 2nd in the SWAC tournament, and they were also featured on ESPN. The last 2 years they've won. They've been in first place in the SWAC regular season champs, finished 2nd place last year, and Coach Doyle has been back-to-back SWAC head coach of the year. So we just wanted to recognize you today, Coach Doyle, for what you've done. It's not just an athletic team as well. These young women are doing some great things across. Some people say they're running a campus. They're on SGA, and they're just doing a lot of things around campus. So Coach Doyle just wants you to have the floor for a minute to recognize you, to congratulate you on what you're doing and what you will continue to do, because you promised to win a couple more. So I'm putting you on the spot. But please introduce yourself, tell the board a little bit about you and the team, and what we should expect for the next couple of years.
Thank you to the board, to the chair, President Shields, and to all of the distinguished guests. I'd like to say a warm hello from myself, and I do have a message from my team to Dr. Whitfield. They sent a text. They're upset because you invited the team to the May meeting and they can't be here.
My bad.
So
we will bring them. I owe them dinner too, so I'll take care.
That's why I invited them to May.
Also to my friends in here that see me in a suit today, acting like they've never seen me in a suit, I'm appalled. Anyway, my parents said they bought my season books before I was born. I never really verified that with them, but I sat in 70 for all my childhood. Then I crossed over, sat in the student section for my 4.5 years. I got my BS degree in mathematics. And then I just became an alumni and a fan, sometimes an obnoxious fan. I've argued with everybody in the SWAC. We're the best, and I will continue to do that. But to serve now as a coach at Southern University, to me, it's just, it's priceless. I'm not going to say it was a dream job. I never dreamed of being a bowling coach. I never dreamed of being a bowling coach, period. But I was an NCAA referee 6 years ago. I was refereeing volleyball and bowling. I know people say referees in bowling. Yes. The Southern University team walked in to a tournament, and I looked, and I was like, wow, there's SU has a bowling team. I knew they had a bowling team, but it had been a long time since I saw it. But then I saw coaches at other SWAC schools that I kind of beat up on during my bowling. I was pretty good. And I was like, wow, I can do that. And well, I went after it and I made it happen. To be able to serve in this capacity at this school and wear SU on my chest, I have no words. The pride that I hold within and you know, walk around with to serve these young ladies in a lot of capacities. I mean, one athletically, but to be able to help, you know, them better themselves, further their lives, careers, to be able to give opportunities to young ladies every year with scholarships and things. That's just a priceless gift, and I'm proud to be able to do that. And to be able to, you know, I've watched plenty of trophies go up at the Bayou Classic, the basketball courts, baseball, as a fan. And I mean, I teared up at some of those moments. I mean, just to watch our band, I teared at some of those moments just because I'm SU proud. But to be able to hoist a trophy, you know, as a coach with student athletes from Southern University is just priceless for me. I love what I do. I love being able to do you know, what I do for these girls. I love representing this school, and I take much pride in it. And I look forward to doing this for as long as I can, as long as the Lord lets me. I hope I'm here when some of you are not on the board, not working anymore, whatever. I plan to be the coach here for a while. And, you know, I want to make sure not only I know our football and basketball programs are, you know, they're the ones that, you know, bring in the revenues, you know, but I want to make sure that us small sports, us female sports are recognized. And I'm going to always make sure that, you know, everybody speaks about the bowling team just like they speak about the jukebox and anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Barry. We really appreciate what you're doing and continue working with those young ladies. And tell them I will be taking care of dinner.
Oh, I'm going to text.
All right.
Thank you, Coach Dole. And maybe next month, Board Member Fondell and I have been talking a lot of trash. We'll get out there on that bowling lane and see who's the best. I'll take some lessons starting after the meeting, by the way. I don't want to lose to him. Item number 4, adoption of the agenda. It's kind of perfunctory. We've been at, I don't think we need to do that, do we? Okay, so we'll go to public comments. That's perfunctory too. Item number 6, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Then move or consider as adjourned. We'll go directly into the Academic Affairs Committee and ask the chair of that committee, the Honorable Leon Tarver, take charge. Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic Affairs Committee is now called to order. Mr. President, will you roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Leon Tarver II.
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam. Attorney Tony Clayton.
Here.
Mrs. Maple Gaines.
Here.
Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
I think we have quorum.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next on the agenda item is adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Clayton, seconded by Ms. Gaines. All those in favor, they none, sign of aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 4 on the agenda is public comments. Are there any public comments at this time on any item relative to this particular agenda? Seeing none, we move on now to item 5, which are action items. They are 3 on this first page. One is the request approval of SULC S calendars for the Law Center. Mr. Chancellor.
That's actually for the laboratory school.
Is that
and
the laboratory
laboratory
school?
virtual school, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Mr. Bristol? You may not be here. Well, yeah, so this is the laboratory school and the laboratory virtual school. And by virtue of our relationship with the lab school and the requirements, Louisiana Department of Education, we have to approve the calendar for the 24-25 year. And the calendars are provided to you in support of that for both the virtual school and the laboratory school, i.e. in-person classes.
Yeah. So move that we pass item 5A, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Ms. Reeves. Thank you. Motion by Mr.
Clayton.
All of those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Have it. Action item 5C, lengthy one, 10-year promotion.
Supposed to be.
We're still on B? No, I thought we did B. But I'm sorry, can you explain it to me again?
School B relates to the online interactive Southern University and A&M undergraduate and graduate catalog.
I move that we approve item 5B.
Second.
We got a motion by Mr. Clayton, seconded by the chairman. All of those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Question before we do that.
Yes, sir.
Can the president or chancellor explain that? Let's briefly explain 5B.
Yes. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to modernize our catalog. You may recall, well, you weren't yet back on the board, but in July or August, we had a struggle with what did our catalog look like. And I said, I'm going to take care of this. So we went back, figured out what we needed to do. And then going forward, we had Dr. Young and a couple other folks who really worked very, very hard to make sure that we would be way ahead of the game, because it didn't make any sense for us not to have an interactive catalog so that we could have it in a way that really befits the best practices of higher education.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chair, request a vote.
We call for a vote. Those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. Next, we move to action item C, 10-year promotion recommendations for faculty who have gone through academic review and meet all the necessary requirements issued BR. Chancellor?
Yes. So you have a list of recommendations. The process requires them to go through the department, the college, and then it's reviewed by the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Young, and she and Dr. Mensah worked very hard to review these applications to make sure they met all the requirements to either be promoted to a full professor and or to be granted tenure, whether we go from assistant professor to associate professor. And I was involved in the tail end, trying to make sure I understood the process. And these individuals who have met the requirements, who have gone through academic review, and we would ask the board to grant them the promotion and or tenure where appropriate with promotion that goes with it. And of course, as a result of that, they would get the raises that the board has approved that are commensurate with their promotion and rank.
Are there any further questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Chancellor, what's the fiscal note on this? And why didn't we include it on there? I mean, we still say we're facing a big budget deficit. So how much money will this cost the university?
Well, I will tell you that based upon this will cost us approximately $65,000 a year, which I think in our normal process, we should be able to. I'm a firm believer if we promote people and if we give them tenure, we will find a way to make sure that they get what are modest increases, 4,000.
So
or
when you say
5,000.
65,000, you saying for the entire,
for
everybody?
the entire group.
Okay, all right.
Any other further questions?
I move that we pass item 5C.
Second. Motion by Mr. Clayton, second by Ms. Gaines. All of those in favor, let it be known, sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is information item 6A, academic affairs curriculum discussions. Who would make that representation?
Yes, we're going to ask Dr. Ijagiri to do so. This relates to a Site D program that we have been working on in development, and Dr. Ijagiri has become what I call the executive sponsor of this program, and he can talk about what we're doing in this particular space so that you will know that it's coming to you in the near future. Dr. Ijagiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor, for the opportunity to present to the board where we are with the Psych D preparation. It's a very important program we plan to house in the Department of Psychology. And psychology as currently stands, as I talk to you today, it has a bubbling enrollment. If you have a minute, go check it out, what I'm telling you, verify. And the news has already gone out that people want to apply. And the plan is to model it like the executive PhD weekend, where people will come as a cohort and to accommodate working people. Want to make it a weekend program so it can accommodate so many people. And I've already told the Chancellor and Dr. Young that there are a couple of items that we need immediate attention. The program will need a proposal which we have begun working on. But one of the questions the Board of Regents will ask, do you have the faculty to do this? Psychology, as I talk to you right now, has only 4 full-time faculty members. We cannot add another PhD program on the strength of only 4. It won't work. So I've already hinted to the Chancellor and to the Vice Chancellor that we're gonna need a commitment to hire at least 3 full-time faculty members. In fact, I've told him by next week, I'll give him a list of critical items that we need to move this program forward. And so I'm here to assure you that we've begun the outline. And when next time, if he calls upon me, I'll give him the list, a very short list of items that we must have for this program to be successful. And I've already, believe you me, I can also give you the list. People who have started applying whenever this program will be introduced. The word has spread that this program is about to be created. And so I'm asking the board to give it a very strong support. The program, if approved, is needed in the community. We have made our little research. There's no other psych ID pretty close in the state. So this will be a unique one. It will recruit people in the community, people in our race that will go out into the community and fill the gap. So again, we're working on it. I will give to the Chancellor what I need, and he will present it to you. By next time, I'll be giving you what I will call the progress report. Thank you very much.
Question? Question? Yes, go on.
I guess my question is for either the Chancellor or the President. Dr. Ijagiri, if you can answer this as well. Is it a true statement that to the extent that we can create these kinds of programs, it'll help us maintain our Tier 2 status?
That's correct.
That is correct. Okay. Second question is, on the front end in the development of these programs, do we develop any kind of pro forma to see what kind of ROI we're going to get from such a program?
Yes, that is purpose of us going through that proposal. We want to compare what we have to incur in costs versus what we will want to charge. My perspective is that this is a premium program, professional premium program. So we want to charge a professional premium rate. We have seen the benefits of the executive PhD program in that we've been able to attract many applicants from many places across the country. I mean, if you think about where people are willing to come from to get this executive PhD program and the way they are using that degree program in leadership, we think this PsyD, which is really more of a professional degree, not a research-based degree, but a professional degree that people will use in a practice setting, that we believe that we will have the same type of benefits. It will give us that ability to draw more graduate students, have more PhDs, and you maintain, or you mentioned the R2 status. With this, we could really be in a position to get to the R1 status because they're changing the requirements for the number of PhDs that you have to do it over a 3-year period. And I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Peening, you can correct me, we had 46 doctorates, 46. And if we can keep that trajectory, we can hit that new average over 3 years that they're talking about to get an R1 status. So yes, that is certainly part of that plan to get to that status.
And my final question is, what tools are available to us to gauge, Dr. Ijigiri, demand for the program? How do you know that there's a demand for this program right now?
We've done a little research already in the work occupation needs. Will there be employment opportunities for our graduates? And like the chancellor indicated, this will be a professional degree. People that are already working and want to advance and go to another stage. And as I told you, people have begun applying with 0 ad already. That tells you there is indeed a need for a program like this. You're very welcome.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. President. So Chairman, couldn't see it.
Thank you, Dr. Ijigiri. This is probably the most substantive report I've gotten thus far. I'm disappointed it's taken this long to get to this point. It's not your fault. But since you've assumed this responsibility, I see substantial progress. I believe, and when I brought this up to a previous point person, this program was coming with funding. This is an emerging area that I believe that we can also get government funding, not only from the federal government, but certainly probably from the state, from the federal funds that's coming down. This is we're kind of behind the 8 ball on it. I firmly believe, and we do need the empirical data to justify moving this direction, but I believe with the help of folk like Dr. Stubblefield Sharp and the incoming chancellor, tentacles that are pretty broad, that we'll be able to receive funding beyond the norm, which is tuition and some state support. So I anxiously look forward to hearing an updated report until we get this approval from Board of Regents. So it'll be on the agenda until that time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Shields?
I think we can utilize some of the resources we already have to get good data, like Canavore, the research to do a market study so that we have hard data to show this board on the viability of sustaining this program over the long term.
I would certainly take advantage of what you have suggested, Mr. President.
Any further comments? Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gary.
All right.
And now we can move on to information item 6B, application for cybersecurity center of excellence. Is that Dr. Patrick Mensah?
Yes, yes, sir, Dr. Mensah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lawson, members of the board. My name is Patrick Mensah, and I serve as the Senior Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. There is a typo in the outlining what we are going to talk about. It's the Intelligence Community Center for Academic Excellence. About a month and a half ago, the Office of the Director of the National Intelligence put out a call for proposals to establish ICCAEs across the state. Now this program has been started, it's over 15 years ago. And so we came together, Southern Baton Rouge, Grambling State University, and Southern University, New Orleans, to basically come up with ideas to submit this solicitation. We did that this past Monday. Thanks to my colleagues, I see, where is Dr. Warren is here from Grambling. They contributed a lot. The overall goal of the center is to create workforce, well, first to create the curriculum that will help us to train the workforce for the intelligence community. In doing that, of course, we need to establish programs. So with strong ideas from Dr. Kenneth Williams from SUNO, we proposed to establish a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Intelligence Community or Intelligence. We propose to also have a study abroad program. The program also calls for basically training students in languages that are critical to the intelligence community. And so we will be training students in, for example, Turkish, Arabic, Chinese, and so on and so on. In order to help recruit students into the program, we proposed also to give scholarships. And so as part of the program, we are budgeting to recruit students and give them scholarship. Now, of course, the national intelligence agencies basically plan for institutions applying for this funding to have a base year where they are evaluated. And then if you pass through the base year, you have 4 what they call option years, and then sustainment years. So overall, if we are fortunate enough to receive the award, it will be a 9-year award. And I'm sure with the board support, we can continue sustaining the Intelligence Community Center of Academic Excellence within the Southern University system and in collaboration with Grambling into the future. I will entertain any questions at this time.
Yes, Mr. Clayton.
Several questions. One, is this the first time we applied for this?
My understanding that this is the second time we are applying for this.
Your understanding, why do you say your understanding? Were you not part of applying for
I was not a part of the applying for the first time.
Okay, so we were denied the first time?
I can't say that for sure, but we were not funded the first time. I don't know the specifics.
So we talked about this around the Bayou Classic, I think a month before that. Did we get the complete, listen to my question clearly, did we get the complete application off on time?
We got the application off on time, yes.
The complete application was sent off on time?
Yes.
That's what you're telling the board?
Yes, yes, sir.
What time did you submit it?
We submitted the application right at 4 p.m. when it was due.
So for 7 months, right at 4 o'clock, which is the time that it was due, 4 o'clock, that's when you press send to send it off at 4 o'clock on the second?
Just before that.
Did you send any documents or send any supplements after 4 o'clock?
Okay, so part of the
That's a
submission,
yes or no answer, sir. Did you miss the deadline on anything?
we didn't miss the deadline on anything, but part of the process requires getting a response notification from the office, which we were not sure. So we did submit a second email indicating that.
Did you get a response back from the government?
No, we haven't received a response back from the government.
And it's your testimony or it's your statement to this board that you sent it off on time and they didn't give you a receipt that it was mailed off on time?
We haven't received any receipt from the government.
Does that seem unusual? Did you request proof to show that you sent it off on time?
In reviewing the solicitation material, it indicates that we should keep proof of the email that we sent on time as the evidence. So I wasn't quite sure whether we are going to receive a response now back or not. But normally, yes, when you submit proposals to funding agency, you receive some email indicating that it's been received.
I would respectfully request a copy of what you submitted at 4 p.m. and anything, and I'm taking it to your word that you're telling me that you did not submit this thing late, and that's what you're telling this board. I'd like to see a copy of the paperwork that was submitted.
Yes, yes, sir.
And lastly, without running the risk of repeating myself, you don't have proof that you sent this paperwork off on time.
The proof is the email that we sent.
You don't have receipts from the government.
No, we don't have a receipt from the government that they've received it, no.
Thanks.
Are there any further questions of Dr. Patrick Mensah? Hearing none, thank you very much, Dr. Mensah.
Thank you.
We move on now to item 7 of the business. Is there any other business to come before this committee at this time? Hearing none, may we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved and seconded. We
Thank
stand
you,
adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Dr. Tarver. We'll go right into Facilities and Property Committee and actually the chair of that committee, Attorney Edwin Shorty, take charge.
Make a roll call, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Mr. Paul Matthews. Here. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Here. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Thank you. Moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Matthews. Any public comments? Any public comments germane to the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to informational items. Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Facility Chair Shorty, to our board chair, vice chair, President Shields, and to the Celestial Board. A few things I want to go over, give you some updates on the things that have been going on as far as projects. Quite a few things have been happening. I spoke to you about the Bluff and Ravine project before. We're still working with the Department of Army Corps of Engineers in doing what's necessary to get funding for it. We did ask for even additional funding from the feds for the whole project on the Bluff, so that is moving forward. The new STEM complex, that project right now has 14 million that's in HB2, okay? The issue is that in order for it to go to construction, we have to have additional funding, because the way FPNC works, they want to have complete year of construction funding before they allow it to move forward. So we have been working with our delegation, and we have made requests to that effect in HB2 that would happen. But basically, that project is shovel ready. It is a CMARC, a construction management at risk project. That project is ready to go. And we just recently had some meetings with the contractor as well as the architect and FPNC to do what we can to keep that moving. The next project is the business school. That project, we should have all of the construction documents ready for that project by October. That could be a project that is shovel ready, so to speak, to move forward. We got to get, again, additional funding to move forward. We've made a request for the initial funding to make that particular project move forward too. And as the president has said on several occasions, we did exactly what FPNC asked us to do, which when we had our initial meeting with them, we presented projects that were shovel ready and projects that can move forward. That's what we were asked to do. That's what we presented to them. So hopefully we'll still get the support to keep those type projects moving. The nursing school, that project is sitting in a pretty good situation. We have self-generated funds with that particular project. That means that we can move forward with summer hour design at this particular point. It even looks better than that because we had initial $1 million that was put into a supplemental bill last year. We haven't used all of that money for design, and then it's also been put into HB2 for the additional million for the nursing school. So we feel at this particular point, we won't have to use any of the self-generated funds that we're expecting. We can move forward in design with the funds that we have. The architect have been selected for this project, and we will be having a meeting. I think the first pre-design meeting is scheduled for next week with that architect. I'm going to skip the Stewart Hall. We're working on these. Maybe I should say something. I know we've been having the AC problems in Stewart Hall. That is a project that's capital outlay. We talked with the engineers again, and we think we have a plan that would allow that particular building to be functioning this summer. There's a lot of summer programs done in that building. This project was here even before I got here. So we finally got to a point where we got the engineer locked down in a process that we're going to move forward. So that's going to happen. The university cafeteria at Suno, that's in design. I mean, we had a meeting last week. We have another meeting coming up. So that particular project is in design as we speak. ADA compliant restrooms, that has been funded. Just had an email from the architect on that. We should finish the drawings on that particular project, Dr. Ammons, and we'll be going out for bid on that shortly. The campus exterior lighting upgrades at Suno moving forward. Those projects have been funded and are moving forward. The gym complex at Susla, that project is one also that HB2, we're looking for additional funding to get to the point of construction. So we just have to see how it shakes out with our funding. But it looks like we're at a point that the construction documents are ready to move forward, or will be ready to move forward before the end of the session. Lewis Collier actually got additional funding. So we will be moving forward with getting an architect for that project to start designing what's necessary so that you will have some labs at Lewis Collier. Situation that for years, we haven't had any labs for sciences at the Susler campus. So we're working on that. New Force Training Center, we have some funding on that project. We're working with Dr. Gant on a few things that we have to take care of, but we do have some dollars that we can move into some design. The law library, that project, all construction documents should be ready by October. The disaster mega relief shelter, I can say who knows, because that's a situation that we're dealing with FEMA and trying to get FEMA to approve on that particular project. So I know that Dr. Walker has been calling FEMA and also checking with GOSEF about where we go with that. FPNC is not going to move forward. The state is not going to put that $10 million into this project until there's a commitment from the feds for their money to be put into the project as well. Okay, just a few other things. Global Innovation Center, Public Safety Building, T.H. Harris Learning Lobby, Outdoor Classroom, all those projects. I'm sorry, question?
Mr. Matthews.
Wait on the federal government?
Yes.
Is there anticipation of receiving that funding in FY25 appropriations, or is there another mechanism to receive those federal dollars?
There is some anticipation, but the issue has been some of technical concern and FEMA just doing their initial review and getting the money there. It was told to us that the money is there waiting for the approval of GOSEF and approval of FEMA. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Fondale, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. When I drove up on campus today, I saw
Welcome Center, the ground is being cleared over there. I
Yes,
want
sir.
to say thank you for that. I know a lot of work is going into that. My question is going to be with regards to the police department. And have there been any shortcomings with regards to the police department moving forward? And if so, whether the options or what plan may be in place to get it back on track if it's been delayed?
Okay, the police department, in fact, we had a bid on that. The bid has been accepted, so we should be moving forward with building that particular project very soon.
Okay,
So
there weren't any shortcomings or anything with regards to funding at any point?
no, I think we were able to, through the help of Huey Lawson and what was done in Title III and some other aspects, we were able to make sure that project was in budget and we're moving forward with it.
And for the record, when was that anticipated date?
Anticipated date, we accepted the contract, so we're expecting any time shortly that FPNC will initiate the contract for the contractor to begin. Our goal is that in the next few weeks, we want to have a groundbreaking for all these projects, schedule some dates when everyone is available so that all of these HERF projects that we've done, the 5, we'll be going around to those different locations and doing groundbreaking.
And also the Welcome Center, I know, what is the anticipated finish time of it? I know they've broken ground over there already.
Yeah, that was mainly the demo project.
Okay.
That project was the demo of Lacumba Cage and demo of those tennis courts where they have to be located, okay? So that's another one that the project has been accepted. It's just getting the contractor on the contract, and we'll be moving forward. So we should be starting that hopefully within the next month or so, couple of months. And then you're looking maybe about 8 months, a year construction time.
Okay. And once they've been, where are they going to be placed, especially for the police station? Are they going to be displaced for a period of time?
Well, the police station, we are not going to demo the police station because the police station demo is tied with the business building.
Okay.
So the police station, they will be operating out of their facility until the new police station is built. Now that's for the police. Now all of the traffic and tags and everything will be housed out of the Welcome Center. So we're going to separate police operation from getting your tags, and traffic will be at the front of the
Are there
campus.
any changes on the Gateway project also?
That's that gateway coming? No, sir. That's not it.
Still?
The sign thing? No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll just be brief, Mr. Chairman. The nursing building at Suno, that project is moving forward. That's a HERF project. Law Center Annex is moving forward. The swine and poultry building, those projects have been scheduled to go out for bid. The meat processing lab, we're finishing up on design development on that project. I mean, that was just recently done. Just real quick, I want to let everyone know that the deferred maintenance, we had 8 million. I think that I just got a report from FPNC, not from FPNC, Board of Regents. We have about 9.5 in projects right now for deferred maintenance. All these projects are done with CEAs that the president signed. So basically, we're responsible for managing these projects and make sure they happen. So now there's a move that we're going to take more control of getting our deferred maintenance projects handled and working ourselves. It's quite a task, but I would definitely rather have them some responsibility ourselves to get these things done. So I'm pleased to say that instead of 8, we got close to $10 million as far as deferred maintenance is concerned. And I do have these. This is your dashboard. I have these to hand out to the members. I gave some last time. This is the dashboard, so you will be able to go online and see status of projects, not only deferred maintenance, status of capital projects as well. We're updating this, so I would give it to someone so we can hand out in case you would need a copy of it.
Perfect.
I'm done.
Any other questions for Mr.
Chair,
Dawson?
before you go,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Clayton? And Mr. President?
there are a couple other things I'd like the board, if they're not aware of, to be aware of. About a month ago, the Speaker of the House and the Chair of the Ways and Means Committee and Representative Brass and Representative Carpenter toured the campus to discuss with them the deferred maintenance challenge that we face here, and actually that higher education faces across the state. About a little more than $2 billion in the Southern University system, a little north of $152 million. And I think as a result of Mr. Dawson's tour and Chancellor McMeans articulating some of the challenges the Ag Center has shown, there's legislation afoot to begin to address that in a significant way. I think right now the legislation is $1.6 billion, of which we're in line to get a big chunk of that.
Yes, sir.
And they're even talking about spending some cash because they can move quicker. They're going to do this with bonding, and so the biggest piece of it won't be available until 2026.
Yes, sir.
But it is remarkable that they are moving in this fashion, and thanks to Mr. Dawson and his team and others and our legislative representatives, we're going to hopefully in the next 2.5 to 3 years have the opportunity to address a number of infrastructure deferred maintenance projects on this campus. They need to be aware of that.
Yes, sir.
The second thing, which I don't want to identify the site, but there is the opportunity, we think, to provide a space for the lab school to move to while the new building is being built, and also to support and serve as flex space for other opportunities. And as we know what that opportunity is like, I'll keep the board informed. But it's a significant opportunity
Yes,
that
sir.
I believe FP&C is in favor of supporting.
FP&C is a complete support of that for our flex space, and also because of the need that the Ag Department has that been years without research facilities or offices. So they're in complete support.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Clayton, I assume that addressed.
Yeah, the president addressed it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dawson, to follow up on what the president talked about in those long deferred maintenance issues, we had previously talked about the issues with FP&C and the types of facilities that they turned over, and possibly having the university put themselves in a position where we've got our own inspectors or engineers who can update us on the work that FP&C provides. I would hope that we just keep that at the forefront of our minds if we're going to have a big bond floated and a lot of projects going at once.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes, sir. We have a couple of people that we've been fortunate enough to bring on board. They have been very busy. I mean, doing things because this CEA that was just recently done that was giving us the ability to manage $10 million of projects was just something we have. So we have been on top of it, and it's going very well, very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Any other questions? Mr. Chairman.
Just want to make sure that we recognize and thank our legislative really supporters, legislative supporters.
Yes.
Certainly Senator Fields, and certainly Representative Carpenter and others that I'm sure I'm missing have been really going out of their way to make sure we get these projects funded. And I think that we owe them a debt of gratitude for doing this. And this is no better time to start asking for money because next year is going to be too late, I assure you. So I want to make sure the minutes reflect that we are gracious for our, very, very grateful for our legislative delegation.
Yes, sir.
Representative Brass, who is, I think, the vice chair of
Ways and Means.
Ways and
Absolutely.
Means, was the driver to get them to get to campus and see us. So I'd like the record to reflect that he was remarkable in his support of this. And let me echo, Senator Fields been a big pusher of this, and Representative Barbara Carpenter have all been critical to moving this along.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank we have Simone Whitmore and Dr. Mary, because we have been very consistent about the information we have been getting out about what we want. It has been very consistent. Everyone had talking points. So if you talk to one person from Southern, you're hearing the same message coming from everyone. So that it has helped in our messaging, and we've been very consistent across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Any other comments from Mr. Dawson? Seeing none now. Any other business? Any other business for the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Matthews. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Attorney Shorty. We'll go directly into Finance Committee next. That the member on that committee, because of the absence of our chair and vice chair, and Chair of the Audit Committee, Christy Reeves, take charge. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the Finance Committee to order. Mr. President, will you do a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Orlando Williams, Mrs. Ann Smith, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Here.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Here. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Here. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, very good. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Rutledge. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Any opposition? Okay, call for public comments. We do have one public comment from Dana Bailey. Dana Bailey?
She's here.
There she is.
And thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time. To the board chair, President Shields, Vice Chancellor Whitfield, and all esteemed members who make up the Board of Supervisors, I am Dana M. Bailey, a scholar at Southern University at New Orleans, double majoring in social work and public administration, and I serve as the Student Government Association President. I come on behalf of the student body and my Vice Chancellor for Enrollment Management and Student Success, Dr. Zacchaeus Johnson, to share that the student body voted to increase and add fees that will be voted on today. Myself and my cabinet work with senior leadership to ensure student fees reflect the best needs of the scholars. And after feedback from the student body, we, the Student Government Association, found solutions to their questions. We, the student body, are asking the board to approve the following 6 fees: the library fee, the university band fee, the Royal Court fee, the intramural sports fee, the athletic fee, and the cheerleading and dance team fee. These proposed fees reflect the commitment of Southern University at New Orleans to improve the overall student experience and ensure that the university continues to provide high-quality services and opportunities for all students through our Leonard S. Washington Library and the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Success. With your approval today, we know that 6400 Suno Nights Drive, the student body, and the incoming class of Knights will have a better experience academically and socially in the Knight Nation. Thank you for your time, attention, and service to the Southern University system.
Thank you. Okay, Madam President, if you will. There you go. You was walking like a president. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Let's give the incoming board member, as a matter of fact, a round of applause. You're already making an impact, and you're not even on the board. So that's very, very impressive that you're coming here with such surety to reinforce the experience that the students so rightfully deserve. But I wanted the board members to know that a future colleague, and Jerron, is certainly going to be here to guide you all along the way. So welcome already, okay? Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause again.
Very good. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, we have 2 action items, 5A and 5B. I'd like to ask Dr. Ammons to speak to 5A for us.
I don't have anything to add, Madam Chair, on the recommendation, but I would like to say, first of all, to members of the board, to the leadership of the board, I want to congratulate President Dana Bailey. She is getting ready to go into her 2nd term as SGA president at Southern University at New Orleans. President Bailey is an outstanding leader, and she is in tune with the heartbeat of the campus and the students of the university. And I want to thank her for coming today, speaking on behalf of this request, so that we can continue to improve student life and the overall student experience at Southern University at New Orleans. And so I ask the board to approve the recommendation for these 6 fee increases. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the committee? Yes, sir. Very good. Okay, we have a second.
Second, A and B, right?
Any opposition? It has been passed. Thank you very much. We'll move to 5B. Chancellor Pierre, could you speak to us about that?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Reeves. The request under 5B is to request approval of amending the GPA needed to qualify for out-of-state fee waiver for Southern University Baton Rouge. I've had extensive discussions with Ms. Desiree Honoré Thomas and Dr. Anthony Jackson about this fee waiver GPA requirement and the dollars that we're spending in terms of granting fee waivers. And the question becomes, is this GPA requirement too low? And based upon what I see, it may be. I'm suggesting that we should think about this whole process. And I've received some data that suggests that it needs to be increased. Now, we could argue about should it be 3.0, 2.75. I will always listen to the wisdom of the board and for everybody based upon the information I receive. But I think at 2.5, it is just too high. The strain on our budget in terms of these fee waivers, because these are actually like scholarships. You know, we've got to account for them in so many different ways. And as what I've learned from looking at the applicant pool this year, we have many more applicants, and students from outside of Louisiana are definitely applying with GPAs way above 2.5. And I think it's fair that we say, let's raise the standard. Let's put our hustle on and get those better performing students. And at the same time, let's look at how we can help, I guess, solidify the financing and the funding for this Baton Rouge campus. We just have too many, what I call leaks in the tanker. And this is one area where I think we can really do. Now, there's an argument that says, wait a minute, well, if you lose X number of students, you lose all of the tuition and fees. That's a risk. But one of the things that I think we can do is we can work on based upon data that I'm seeing. One, our application pool is higher, much higher. We've admitted more students. Our hustle is to get them here. That's our hustle. So we've already admitted 6,000 students as compared to last year, which was 4,000 students. From that 4,000 student applicants that we admitted, we generated about 1,700 new first-year students. So that lets me know that our what I call confirmation rate is right around 40 to 45%. Now, if we're that successful, I don't know if we will be able to get that funnel the same. That could be a big difference now. And I've heard the arguments, well, okay, you get the students here, what are you going to do about housing? Well, we'll deal with that. First, let's get them here. Let's get that confirmation here. And we know that we have many more students that are applying here. We're working very, very hard to eliminate all glitches in our system to make sure that we get those students here. We know we have a challenge with FAFSA. Right now, of the 6,000 students that we have admitted, only about 50% have completed FAFSA. So we got to keep working. This is going to be a very tough summer because we're going to grind this out. There's no, oh, we're done. No, we're hustling all the way to the very end. And I just think we have to right size what we're doing so that we can be in a better position. One thing that I've learned over the last few months is we did much better this academic year than we did the previous academic year in terms of numbers, but we had leakages in our revenue process that we just got to fix. We got to fix it now. We got to stop now, fix it, deal with it, put our hustle on, and get it right.
A couple of questions. When you say your confirmation rate, are you referencing the number of students that actually come versus those that are admitted?
Yes, because you're not going to have 100% of them that are admitted.
No, I get that. But my math doesn't get to 45%. As I appreciated on the presentation that we were given in Shreveport, even if you admit, I think you're admitting about 1,700 new students out of the total that applied, correct?
No, we actually had 1,700 new students that actually came to school.
Correct. I'm
Right.
sorry, 1,700 that came
Yes.
out of the universe of students that
Yes,
applied.
right.
So if the 1,700 came out of this 6,000.
No. 6,000 is what we're doing right now.
Right.
Last year,
How many did we admit last?
a little over 4,000, right at 4,000, 40,000, 4,200.
And in the letter that supports this, it says that going from 2.5 to 3.0 will not detrimentally affect the class size of the incoming fall 2024 freshmen. How do we know that? What data
Well,
do we have to support that?
based upon, again, this is making an assumption that based upon the fact that if we actually get what I call that confirmation rate, if we could get the same number, we would be at above 2,000 to potentially 2,400, potentially. Now, the question becomes, and this is the issue we got to deal with, how much is this FAFSA situation going to affect what we think the numbers are going to be? So my point is, am I right about 3.0? I may not be, but I know 2.5 is too low. Does there need to be an adjustment? I had that discussion even this morning. What if we did a 2.75? We think that's acceptable. Some of it is, I can't give you an exact number, but I can tell you that I do believe that adjustment, because one of the goals that we're trying to do is we're trying to recruit those students that we know should be better prepared for college. And that's the adjustment is, if you keep the bar too low, then you have no incentive to recruit those students that are better prepared for college. That's one of the challenges. As you may recall from the presentation I did at the retreat in Shreveport, one of the sweet spots we're missing is those students with ACTs of about 21 to 25. And of course, there's that other spot, which is above 25, which we know we have a small amount of students. Now, we've been working on getting more of those students, but if we could hit that sweet spot between 20 and 24 or 21 and 24, we improve from an in-state perspective our TOPS dollars. And then we also have to think about what's happening in the surrounding states. So what's happening in Texas? You have a total elimination of DEI. So to me, that presents an opportunity for us to recruit in Texas to say, come to Southern University. We are a school that will open our arms to you. When you think about all the universities in Texas, and whether it's actual or perceived, people are perceiving that they cannot get admitted into some of these schools. And you're looking at a nationwide explosion among HBCUs. Florida A&M said, we got 37,000 applicants. North Carolina A&T said, we got 41,000 applicants. Howard, 38,000. Last year, our total number of applicants in terms of students was just around 12,000. We're almost double the applications from last year.
Let me ask you this. What percentage of our incoming freshmen have a GPA of 3.0 or higher?
Dr. Jackson, what's that number?
How you doing, board members? What was your question?
What percentage of our incoming freshmen have a GPA of 3.0 or higher?
So the total number of students that have a 3.0 is 2,909 students.
But what's my specific question is, whoa. My specific question is, what percent, because as I appreciated the point of entry as an incoming freshman is where this policy is going to impact whether or not you waive out-of-state fees for the majority of the students. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, what percentage of that population has a 3.0 GPA or higher?
Around 30%.
around 30% of the 1,700 number that we admitted last time?
Of the admitted students currently. Of the 6,000 students.
No. I don't want to deal with 6,000 because 6,000 is monopoly money. Okay. I want to deal with the percentage that actually come to Southern.
So I can give you the numbers. So what we can't do is really and truly predict the numbers that are going to come to Southern. But what we did do is run the numbers of the students from last fall. So that fall number was the total number of students that this would affect was a difference in 192 people. So the change for the students that were admitted last fall and actually attended, if we make this change today, if we would have made that change last year, it would have affected 192 students. Now, you look at that number also when you're diving down a little more deeper, that number also, we look at, did we retain those students as well? So the percentage of number of those students are not high at all as well.
In addition to this change, can you remind me again in the board what other factors in the criteria that would render a student eligible for this?
So eligibility was a 2.5.
That's it?
That was it. That was it.
Mr. Fonda.
Now there is another. I mean, in addition, the legacy scholarship is something that we're talking about as well. And the legacy scholarship is a scholarship given to incoming students whose parents were graduates of the Southern University. And that's another layer.
All right, thank you. Chancellor, my question is with regards to, I know you said it was a conversion rate earlier, and that some schools have had up to 20 to 40,000 applicants, and we may have had 12,000. When these students apply for Southern University, are they getting an acceptance letter telling them that they are accepted to the Southern system? Or are they, I know in the past we've sent out letters to say that, you may not be eligible at SUBR, you may be eligible for Sussler Connect also.
So what I've learned in this process, I'll call this apprenticeship, is that we, for whatever reason, in the last couple of years, started doing more email traffic than actual physical letter.
Right.
And that's the one change. I said, we got to change that. That doesn't make any sense. So what we've been doing in terms of our enrollment management meetings that I'm now holding every week is I'm progressing and say, okay, tell me every student we have right now that we can admit based upon the various shift in admissions criteria. So you may recall that one of the things that Dr. Belton was able to do, and Dr. Tarver actually was able to do, was to get a change in admissions policy as Southern being an HBCU so that we have multiple ways to admit students. Okay, so my approach has been, let's look at the field of students we have, and every student that we can admit based upon that criteria, let's admit that students based upon information that we have. In some cases, what we don't have is I don't have what I would call complete files, i.e. what's your ACT score, GPA. So the approach has been, let's get in, let's do this stuff. We've made some changes with respect to our technology. We have brought in Common Black app, a number of different things that have contributed. Plus there is an increased interest in historically Black colleges. Period. That's a fact across the country. So we're doing what I would call everything possible to admit every student we know that would fit within Southern University and A&M. The other thing that we discovered, and Dr. Ammons, I think, can address this, is that, based upon what we were doing in Banner, some applications were actually going to SUNO and we had to kind of bring them back in SUBR. So those are the things that we're learning. But we're admitting every other student every student we can, and then our next task is to figure out how many would qualify for Susler Connect.
Right.
Yeah, so that's kind of the piece that we're doing.
And that's why I'm going with it, to say that each student, if somebody's watching now and they want to attend Southern, and perhaps they hadn't taken the ACT, maybe they're an adult student, when they do apply, that if they apply to Southern, that they're going to be accepted. What would be an exception as to why they would not be? I shouldn't say Southern, to the SU system, to Southern's system, between Susler Connect and SUBR, Suno or Susler, one of those campuses.
All right. Well, what I would say is this, Scott. I don't monitor what's going on at Suno, so I can't address that. With respect to SUBR, what I want to do now is I want to determine which ones would qualify for Susler Connect. And I've been very, very meticulous in terms of doing this approach, so that one of the things I really want to add to this process is predictability. If we go back to the prior years, I don't think, and I've heard this board ask whoever was heading enrollment management, tell us what you think the incoming class will be, and you got nothing, right? But that's what I want to end. I want to end that particular process. I want to add some predictability. We don't charge seat deposits, so it's a little different from legal education. I can tell you from a legal education standpoint, because we charge seat deposits, we don't charge seat deposits. So I'm learning a little bit more about the tricks of the trade here on this particular level. And this is just undergraduate students. I want to talk to you next month about graduate school enrollment, which is another area that we have not done enough to bring to bear in terms of our enrollment. And of course, I'm holding my breath because of final grades, because I'm really, really scared about retention. And I've said that before. So that's all of those things are very, very important.
Mr. Rutledge.
All right, this will be my last. Thank you, Dr. Jackson, for clearing up. And I'll read to the board what he sent to me in terms of the criteria for eligibility for a waiver of out-of-state fees. 2.5 GPA, fill out a complete FAFSA, and have a minimum of 24 credit hours for the year. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct. All right. And it's only offered for 8 semesters. Is that correct also? Okay. One, I'm encouraged that we're up 2,000 from where we were. And I guess the comparison from the 4 to the 6,000 that's in the letter is for this fall versus fall of 23?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And so following the logic that Dr. Jackson said, that in the fall of 23, about a third of them, of those admits, of those that actually came to Southern,
right,
had a GPA of 3.0 or higher. It seems to me that we should focus on the delta between the 6 and the 4, which is 2,000. Is that fair?
That's right.
And if you applied that 30%, then we're talking about 600 students.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And if you feel strongly about this, that you can manage this, and one final question. Tell me how the rat goes through the snake. I'm coming from California. I want to know a little bit about the process. Okay?
Yes. So, okay.
Let me ask you a question. I'm coming from California. I meet all of this criteria that Dr. Jackson just told me. To whom do I apply for the out-of-state fee waiver, and who makes the final decision? Who makes that decision?
It's automatic. What's supposed to happen, if you meet those requirements, when we go to that process, that there should be an automatic out-of-state fee waiver. Now, you may recall when I made the presentation, I said we're really doing well with out-of-state numbers. Okay? Well, there's a reason we're doing well with out-of-state numbers. Now, again, and this is the conversation that I'm having now, because I'm thinking, did you set the mark too high? And I'm willing to say maybe I did. But what I'm suggesting is give us the authorization, and I will tell you, based upon what I'm going to do over the next few days, because I'm going to really get down into the belly of this beast. I may come back and say, let's go with 2.7, 2.8.
Do you think you should get in the belly of the beast before we
Well, unfortunately, I couldn't get in the belly of the beast the way I would like to get into the belly of the beast. But I do recognize that we need to start having these discussions, and we're running out of time because we got to set something out there.
I'll move approval of the item at the
President Shields.
Little commentary.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Okay. Remember, what we're talking about, we're just talking about the fee waiver, not whether or not we admit them. Okay? So those same people, if they qualify for admissions beyond that, will be admitted. I think this is a good move for a couple of reasons. Number one, if we're a school of last resort, they're going to be able to come here cheaply. They have a 2.5 GPA. The problem isn't on the way in. The problem is at the end of the first semester, where we had last year 600 students who, after a semester, had a 2.0 or lower GPA. It's retention, okay? They're coming from a distance. There are all kinds of issues with whether or not they'll make the adjustment coming from that distance. I'd like to try this so that we know these students have done at least a solid job in high school and are more likely to be doing the sorts of things in their first semester that will assure them that they will succeed. The other thing I would suggest is that Chancellor Pierre and his team, by next month, sort of articulate some level of flexibility. So I would suggest if somebody has a 24 ACT score and a 2.7 GPA, that they still be eligible to receive this out-of-state fee waiver. That the staff makes an informed decision about other indicators in the file that say, yeah, we really want that student here. So I'd offer those two things.
Okay, very good. You still have
Would
Mr.
you like
Fondo.
me to modify my motion?
Yeah, I think it would be, because again, and again, I'm being very transparent. I know we need to make a change. I said, let's make this the mark. As I'm getting more and more data, I'm willing to say, hey, I might have gone too far. And I think, but we've got to start having these kinds of discussions. We've got to start having these kinds of discussions as we begin to find solutions to issues that come up. And I will try.
Around this table, you will be reminded if you did.
I realize that.
All right, Mr. Fondo.
I think our chairman wants to offer you some latitude of flexibility, Mr. Chancellor, and I'll yield to the chairman.
This is something that's really give and take. We're feeling our way through it. I hate to get into the middle of registration and it was an error. I just want to afford the decision makers some wiggle room to self-correct if we need to. I don't want to make it so rigorous that if we know we're going in the wrong direction, that you can't come back until the end of a month because of a board meeting after registration. So I hope we would afford them some wiggle room in here to make adjustments. That's all I'm suggesting.
How about we do this? We advance the item to the full board agenda so we can get on with the other committees, all right? And why don't maybe you and the president, whomever, Dr. Jackson, come up with some language that gives the chance that you'd have to approve it if they are outside of what you originally wanted, that you would have to specifically approve it. And then we will adopt that during the regular meeting when we confirm all of the other committee reports. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Is that okay?
That's
Exactly.
fair.
Well, that's my motion.
Yeah, I still have one more question, Chancellor, and I'm encouraged by the engagement of the conversation. Yeah, I'm encouraged by the engagement of the conversation that's going to allow us an opportunity to grow. While we're on the finance, do you have the tools that are needed? The finances, I know in athletics over the years, we've been able to use what is called Grade First to monitor their athletes to help them to sustain their GPAs. Is that something that you see that could help those 600 students who had below 2.0s that the president just mentioned a while ago? Is that a tool? And if so, do you have the finances to be able to implement it and the staffing along with the professors to make sure that they're doing that?
Well, so we have a tool that I believe has been underutilized, which is Navigate 360. We're working through what's the right fit and how we do that. But the other issue, which I've had this discussion with the faculty, and I'll tell you to the board, sometimes we don't pay enough attention. In other words, you can have all the tools you want, but if the humans aren't using the tools in a way that should be used, you just spend a lot of money for nothing. And so we've been doing the things to get faculty acclimated to Navigate 360. They've got some wonderful tools. We've been paying for it, but it has not been monitored in a way that I would consider it satisfactory. So we have the tools.
And Chancellor, if you would briefly, just for those who may not know what Navigate 360 and how it helps these students, would you just briefly explain that to us here?
Well, I'll say this. Navigate 360 provides us with a number of interim measures for us to figure out how a student is doing at a certain point in time. We also know that what we have to do is we have to do a better job of assessment. You may have heard about a famous faculty meeting I had with the faculty, blessing the faculty about not turning in those midterm grades on time so that we could do the right assessment. And we had an honest discussion, and we came to an agreement that we've seen progress. Now we're seeing the progress. We're also going through this process with this 5th year review that is extremely important. And then we're making another change. We're going from Moodle to Canvas. And Canvas gives us more ways to monitor whether students are going to class. Students can actually see how well they're doing in class. This is about educating students about how to do better, and also faculty. And some people would say, well, why do we have to do this extra work? Because it matters. If we don't improve our retention rate, we are doomed.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Dudley, you still?
I just kind of want to emphasize, we had a retreat last month, and I want to applaud you for your creativity and just your approach to solving problems and your transparency to say this may not work. Some things we do have to take calculated risk on, but I just want the chancellors all to know, we talked about the tools that I think everybody around this horseshoe will support, and we want you to have the tools you need. And it was acknowledged that everybody does not use them, and the accountability. So I would ask on behalf of this body what support you need to help make sure that they start using the things that we approve funding for to give you the tools for retention and all these moving from Moodle and Canvas and all whatever we're using today, that we support you financially. But as you stated, it's no good if they don't use it. So I think this board is serious about when we approve things that are for the good for the student and for the whole experience. The expectation is that the faculty, staff, whoever has to implement, become more serious to implement what you guys fight for the betterment of the students and the school.
I thank you for that. And let me just say this. It has been my experience that the board supports what I've asked for in whatever capacity. The board will look at things, and the board has the wisdom to say, well, maybe this isn't such a great idea. And okay, but there's never been a lack of support from the board. The real key is, what do we do to shore up our finances so that we can have sustainability? That's the real key. And I'll give you an example. Dr. Yolanda Smith came to me and said, look, I'm doing some things with online, but we got to pay a bill to Quality Matters. And we figured out a way to pay that bill to Quality Matters because it was extremely important. So as I'm beginning to unearth these little issues that pop up, we've got to come up with solutions. And the critical thing is, if we can get a sustainable model, when I say sustainability, predictability and resources, that we can do this stuff over and over again, we don't suffer from the lack of tools. In fact, athletics has been leading. If athletics has worked so hard to keep athletes moving forward,
We can do the same.
we can do the same thing for the whole student body. I mean, you know, if we can keep the athletes eligible, and those standards by the NCAA are not small standards.
And Chancellor, I'd like to follow up if you don't mind. We have the Senate faculty president here, Dr. Oswald, and I'd ask for him to stand in a commitment from the people professors that you represent, to make sure that they are all on board, and because it's going to help us with regards to retention also. Can you speak with your, as the representative of the professors, a commitment from you that you'll address in your leadership position to address? You can come up to the mic.
I was gonna say, yeah, I mean,
Why don't we hear this, if it's okay, Mr. Chair Lady? We'll follow your discretion after
Okay.
this.
okay,
Or whatever your
no,
discretion.
that's fine.
Then we'll probably need to move the meeting along.
Yeah, because
Because we're kind of deliberating on some great stuff, but we got other agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton.
We want to catch the end of the semester. Next.
so quickly, you want to quickly respond?
Yep. What was the question again?
Question was, can you get, speaking with your professors, to commit to the programs that they have in place to help toward retention? Have you spoken with them about that?
I think most of the faculty, almost 90%, are very committed to all the programs we have on campus. The problem there is the training and the programs. In the last 3 years, we've had about 4 or 5 different programs implemented on us. We have training, all kinds of stuff. So it's not that they're with the program, but it's just the schedule of the training. And every time we learn something, we have to relearn another one, relearn another one, and relearn another one.
The commitment from it, I'm saying from this point moving forward, dealing with the chancellor.
Yes, Mr. Chancellor, you do have my commitment. I'll talk to the faculty, and I can guarantee we all will be on board, because it's for the betterment of the whole campus, the whole university.
Thank you.
So it sounds like we've made a decision that we're not going to take action on this item in this committee, correct?
My
It's been
my motion was to send the item without action
To the board.
full board.
Correct.
And give them some chance, and hopefully we can ask council to help them craft some language, and we'll adopt it when we get to the full board meeting. That's my motion.
Right. So, but if we're not taking action on an item in a committee meeting, we don't have to vote on to not take action, correct?
Well, the problem
we
is
just-
it won't get to the full board
I
for
see.
consideration if we don't move it there. That's why the motion is to move it to the full board without action.
Ms.
If
Manuel,
council has a different interpretation, I'll yield to council.
No, that's because it's going to be picked up by the full board anyway, once the committee reports.
yeah, then we should move forward. So, quick question.
Tools and things that we use for retention and other things. As a board member, is there somewhere I could go and say, here's the list of the tools that we have to do this, or what we're doing to do that? So without having to have a meeting and you state things we're doing verbally, is there something in place in writing that shows all of the tools that we're using? And I say retention because that is such a major force that we're dealing with right now. So Chancellor Pierre, is there something of that sort?
In terms of where you can just go through it right now?
No, something we can be given later that shows
Oh,
us the
yes.
tools that we have in place. Oh, is there something existing and I just don't know of it?
No, we can get you the information about the tools that we have in place, yes.
Yeah, and what they are designed to accomplish
Yes.
in a fashion that helps me to see what we have.
Sure. Sure.
And I wanted to ask, you mentioned FAFSA, but I'll leave that alone right now, and we can have a further discussion. But one question related, did all of the ICERs come in from the federal government?
They finally are coming in, but not all, but with much higher rate, yes.
So if all of the ICERs have come in, we are still at 50% of students that have not completed the FAFSA form?
The problem is getting people to complete the FAFSA because they had, one, I think they were intimidated by the process.
Right, yeah, and the new form.
And the new form. Two, they didn't come out on time. And it's just, it's a problem that we have to solve.
Is it more prevalent with students already enrolled or incoming freshmen?
It is actually a little less prevalent with students that are already enrolled, but it's not much of a difference. And we're concerned about those students that are already enrolled.
Like they're sophomores on.
Yes,
that's where the problem.
We have definitely seen that problem, and we're working on that problem every day. We're bringing down that number every day, but it's a problem we have to address, and we cannot wait until later. It has to be done now.
And this is for the fall, not the summer.
This is for the fall.
So we have a motion to move this to the full board meeting, a second. So going to call for the question now.
Question's been called,
So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Who's opposed? Okay, we'll move forward. So now we'll move on to informational item. You had your financials put in the packet. Are there any questions or discussions around those? Hearing none, then we'll move to other business. Any other business for the committee? Okay, got an adjournment.
Okay.
On to government.
Thank you, Chair Lady. You had a little fun this meeting. That's good. We'll go directly into governance and access the vice chair of that board call that committee to order. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. We will now call the governance committee meeting to order. President Shields, may I please get a roll call vote?
Yes.
President Shields.
Yes. I'm looking at this.
How you doing over there, Fred?
I was going to actually check his pulse over here.
Oh, I see. I see why.
I had nothing.
It's been a long day.
That's when he gets.
Pardon my delay. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Mrs. Azelle Dudley, Mr. Jairon Young, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as written. Do I have a motion?
Move.
Jaron, second, Myron Lawson. All those in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none. We will now move to public comments. Any public comments germane to this agenda? Going once, going twice, no comments. We will now move to action item 5A, request approval of exception to policy 1-002, commencement participation policy SUBR. It has been moved. Chancellor Pierre, any discussion? Second, Jairon Young. All those in favor? All right, there's some discussion.
Just one question. Would we really allow somebody to participate in commencement who still has 9 hours that they need to acquire before they graduate?
This decision was made not to have summer commencement. That There was a policy. The policy actually that was adopted in 2019 was actually going to end either this month or last month, and we had to figure out how we were going to deal with that. Now, I have some things that I want to deal with in the future, but I don't want to discuss it right now. But we just need to deal with this for this particular purpose.
Get in the belly of it. There you go with the belly.
Yeah.
All right. So we did have a motion by Attorney Clayton. Do I have a second? Well, Dwight, you seconded then. Maybe. My bad. Shorty. And that was seconded by Jaron Young. They all look alike. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Hearing none. Any other business pertaining to the governance committee? Giselle Dudley.
A question.
Yes.
Kind of follow up, again, the retreat. It was good and very helpful. But one of the things that kind of came out was policy or lack thereof as it relates to professors attending class. That's been an issue for a while now. We've discussed it here and it was a topic of discussion. So, and there seemed to be open questions left at the retreat about do we have policy and what the policies are. So I think it's a good point here to address that per campus or just request, just like Ms. Maple just asked. Can we get policies as it relates to professors and in-class attendance per campus or system-wide?
So are you asking for that for later, or you want
For later.
Okay.
I just want to go on record asking for later.
Yes.
So that we can answer that question.
Yes, ma'am. We will add that to our discussion. Any
Thank
other
you.
business or any other questions, comments? Hearing none, I move for adjournment. Any motion? Second,
I'll second.
Chris Reeves, we adjourn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. You're on the ball there for position.
Sorry about that, Attorney Clayton, even though you weren't involved. I want to throw you under the bus there.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. Going directly into internal audit committee and go back to
Here we
our
go.
chair lady, Mrs. Christy Reeves.
All right, internal audit is called to order. Mr. President, can we get a roll call?
Absolutely. Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Here.
Dr. Leon Tarver II. Attorney Tony Clayton. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Rutledge. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Tarver. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, we'll move to actions 5A, B, and C, which I'll ask Mr. Adams to come and speak to so we can get a quick overview. Dr. Adams, yes. That's right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Madam Chair, distinguished board. The three items that are included in the packet, one is the internal audit charter, and that comes before the board annually. Nothing has changed except a few minor tweaks to the charter, and the charter simply speaks to the authority of the internal audit department, the internal audit department's independence, the responsibilities of the internal audit department. So that has been pretty consistent from year to year, but it's required that we bring the charter before the board annually for approval. The second item is the audit plans for each of the 5 campuses. We have an internal audit director assigned to each campus who's responsible for those particular campuses. So we work with the campus and with the chancellors and the vice chancellors and the CFOs to determine what audit projects we should take on in the coming year. We've also had some discussions with the audit committee about the audit plan, on getting an understanding of any items that they may want us to include on the plan. So in the packet are the projects that we're going to look at for each campus for the next 12 months. The last item in the packet is an internal audit quality assurance and improvement plan. And again, it's required that we talk to how, as a department, we will continue to work and continue to improve as a department. So those are the 3 items that are in the packet, and those 3 items come before the board annually.
All right, is there a second? All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Adams. Any other business for the committee? Hearing none, I'll accept a motion to adjourn. Moved. Is there a second?
Second. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. You made up your time.
We'll get to it in
Good
personnel.
job on you on the ball, I tell you. I
Hang
see what's
tight.
going on around here. That's right. Going to the Legal Affairs Committee, they asked the chair of that committee, Attorney Antonio Clayton, take charge of that committee.
I don't like Antonio. I don't know why. Tony's. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call to order Legal Affairs Committee. And watching you nod yes, Mr. President, can you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Attorney Tony Clayton,
Here.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mr. Jairon Young, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Mr. President, before we move to item 3, what's your wish as it relates to action item 5A2?
We need to withdraw that and bring it back to the committee later.
So I now offer action item 5A1, number 6, 7, to be adopted by this committee. And see a motion from Ms. Reeves, second by Mr. Shorty. All in favor? The agenda has now been adopted. Any public comments? Mr. Oswald, we took out action item 5A2. Sorry.
He knew it.
See how great the president and I work together, Mr. Doctor?
Miracles happen.
Let's move to action item 5A1. What's the pleasure of this committee?
I move for approval.
Moved by Ms. Lawson, second by Ms. Reeves. All in favor? Motion passed. Item 6, any other business?
Yes. As far as any other business, we moved off an articulation agreement. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and I get the parties that need to speak to each other in a position where they speak to each other. Ms. Blosh, I understand that you're waiting on some information from the director of the Honorary Center, Mr. Phillips, who's behind you, so that we can get this articulation agreement drafted. The articulation agreement was an agreement between the Honorary Center and Southern University at New Orleans that allowed some concessions relative to housing to students enrolled in the Honorary Center and dealt with housing rates for those same students. And we had put it on the agenda that hopefully it would get drafted and approved by the time of this board meeting, but I understand that there's some issues. So can I make sure that both you, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Harrell, who I definitely see in the back of the room, who just can't be missed, so that everyone can all get together and make sure that we can knock this agreement out so that it can be done in time for the next board meeting? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Any other business? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn by Ms. Christie, my new BFF, and second by Mr. Shorty. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll go into Personnel Affairs Committee. And we asked that the chair of that committee, can you guess who it is in the absence of other chairs? Our notable board member, Christy Reeves. Show.
All right, Personnel
Good.
Affairs Committee call to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Here.
Attorney Tony Clayton, Mrs. L. Dudley, Dr. Leon Tarver, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved. Is there a second? Second. Any opposition to those? It's passed. Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll move to action items. What is the pleasure of the committee?
I'll move in globo. Item number 5.
A through
A
E?
through E.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Any opposition? One vote no. Okay. Then it passes. Other business? No. We, oh, we did
I did
global.
5A through E.
Yeah, 5A through E.
Well, I only want to vote no for the raises, whatever the money is, but I want to vote for,
Maybe we go back.
yeah.
I'm
Let's go
in
back.
my motion to include items 5A through C.
Do we have a second for that? That's, okay, just making sure. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
5A through C? Any opposition to that? No, one opposition. Okay. What about, do I have a motion for 5D and E?
We passed 5D and 5D.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Other business for the committee? Yes, sir.
I move to adjourn.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me time to get it out this time, okay? Thank you. It's been brought up in the past with regards to the level of what we approve for salaries. And I believe it's something that may need to be looked at some point. I think there may be some other board members here who may have some similar concerns also. But moving forward as a committee, I would suggest that may be a conversation that can be started here. Any other comments on that?
Let me comment. We're actually looking into best practices and what others are doing, and I agree. I think I pushed it up the first time I got on the board. What's reasonable? I think that certainly deans and directors and above should be something that's run through the board. For as a salary amount, I think we're challenged in recruiting staff, not staff, but definitely professors, because today's wages are certainly above our minimum criteria. So that magical number, what it is, I think we ought to be able to come to a conclusion by next meeting to bring back to the board. I don't think it's something we can come to a conclusion on today through deliberation.
No, just at least initiating the conversation.
Yeah, we hadn't stopped it. We just need to do it. And at what level should we go to that would mimic best practices? And I think he needs to certainly visit with the chancellors and come back with something by next month. Is that
Recommendation.
Okay. All right.
All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn, Ms.? A second? All right.
Thank you.
Adjourned.
Next month. Okay. We'll go directly into the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting. The Southern University System Board of Supervisors meeting, where the mission is through shared governance, leadership, and a diverse system of unique institutions. The mission of the Southern University and A&M College system is to deliver affordable, world-class education, a trained workforce, state-of-the-art research, creative scholarship, and transformational public service to the state of Louisiana, the nation, and the world. With that in mind, we'll call to order this meeting. Roll call, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Attorney Tony Clayton. Mrs. L. Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell.
Present.
Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Here.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Jairon Young. We have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as printed or modified? I see Chancellor Pierre, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask that an item be added for the awarding of honorary degrees to 2 students who were killed in the last couple of months. I first had the discussion with Mr. Fondell, and after the discussion, I think it would be appropriate. The students are named Jerick Washington and Kai Walker. You may recall we all had done one for Ariana Miller, and I'm referring to them as honorary degrees because I don't want to do something that is in contravention to our posthumous degree policy. But in my discussion with Mr. Fondell and our subsequent discussions, I think that's what I would suggest and would hope that it could be added to this agenda.
I recognize Mr. Fondell as it relates to this motion.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Chairman. It was brought up at the last meeting, and I know we've done things in the past. I would ask that between not only the SUBR campus, but the other campuses, these two students passed. One was killed in an automobile accident, and one was killed on the way home from work. And to this date, they were shot, and we still don't know who did it in our community. It means an awful lot to the families. There's not anything else that we can do here as a university, but we can come up with a policy, even if we don't recognize them at graduation, to at least give an opportunity to these families to bring some type of closure, to know that if this student was enrolled at Southern University and either through sickness or through some act of whatever it is, and they pass, that we would recognize them choosing Southern University and giving that family a degree, even if it means sending it to them in the mail. We're not going to do it at the graduation. Now, what we've done in the past is, and I've been a part of this, when we had two of our students that have passed years ago, we presented the mothers with those degrees for them. If you've been there, I was at that moment. It's a special moment for those families. And I would hope that if someone else in this system, be it at any one of our campuses, should pass while enrolled in this university, that we would have an opportunity to present them with an honorary degree if we are not going to recognize them at graduation. So with that said, I would ask this board to support it, and I thank you for the time also, Mr. Chairman.
You heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion? And we're going to adoption of the agenda. Okay. For the sake of, you want to repeat what the intent of the motion is? I had a second by, was you, Mr. Matthews? Okay, second by Paul Matthews. And
yes,
while he's reading this again, I'm going to remind the board this is a modification to the printed agenda. It's going to require unanimous consent to add this to the agenda. So what we will be doing is voting to add this to the agenda. Then we will vote on to approve the agenda with the modifications, which requires unanimous consent. Am I correct, Council? To add the agenda, okay. Mr. Chancellor.
So that would be to confer honorary degrees to Jarek Washington and Kai Walker.
Okay.
And
so you heard the motion. You've it's been properly second. Roll call vote for the modification of agenda on the agenda as modified.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson,
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield, Attorney Tony Clayton, Mrs. Zell Dudley, Mr. Raymond Fondell, Mrs. Maple Gaines,
Yes.
Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Christy Reeves,
Yes.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Attorney Edwin Shorty,
Yes.
Mrs. Ann Smith, Dr. Leon Tarver, second, jeez. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Jairon Young.
Okay.
He passed it. My apologies for stumbling over the names.
Okay. You've heard the motion to modify the agenda. Now we will have to vote on the adopt the agenda as modified. Motion made by Board Member Fondell, properly seconded by Board Member Jairon Young. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Item number 4, public comments on the agenda as adopted. Are there any public comments germane to the adopted agenda? Seeing no one approach the podium, we'll entertain a motion for, we'll move to resolutions. Resolutions, item number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to apologize in advance. There's a couple of names, proper names here that might be a little challenging, but we'll give it a shot. Condolences. Mrs. Evelyn L. Wilson is former Horatio C. Thompson Endowed Professor of Law at Southern University Law Center. She is the author of The Justices of the Supreme Court of Louisiana, 1865 to 1880, and Laws, Customs, and Rights, Charles Hatfield and His Family, a Louisiana History, and co-author of Louisiana Property Law, the Civil Code, Cases, and Commentary. She passed away on May 4th, 2024. Mary Nell Tootsie Reeves, affectionately known as Tootsie, a woman whose life was a symphony of love, adventure, and an unwavering conviction for family. As one of 7 siblings, Tootsie held family close to her soul. She was the loving mother-in-law of Honorable Board Member Christy Reeves. She passed away peacefully on the morning of Mother's Day, May 12th, 2024. Artrell H. Washington was born November 26, 1949, in Summerton, South Carolina, a daughter of the late Reverend Nosby and Lise Roberts Hilton Sr. She was the mother of Viola R. Syracuse, Director, Student Advocacy and Mechanical Engineering, and sister to Dr. Albertha Lawson, Interim Dean of Graduate School. She passed away on Tuesday, May 14th, 2024, in Manning, South Carolina. We have 2 commendations. Lucy Pittman Verdue, affectionately called Miss Lucy, was born in 1924 in the town of Port Allen, Louisiana. She earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Home Economics and a Master's of Science in Educational Administration from Southern University and A&M College. She was an advocate, and she was an associate professor at Southern University Laboratory School and served over 20 years until her retirement. In recognition of her warm smile, love, kindness, generosity, and time to humanity, we celebrate Miss Lucy Pittman Verdue. We extend to Miss Lucy our birthday wishes for her 100th birthday and our best wishes to her for the continued success, happiness, good health in the years to come. Ruth Ray Jackson is a graduate of Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where she received her bachelor's degree in secondary education and English and her master's degree in educational leadership and administration. She earned a PhD in education and human resource management at Colorado State University. Dr. Jackson has been with Langston University for the past 10 years. She came to Langston in 2014 to serve as professor and dean of the School of Education and Behavioral Sciences. 4 years later, she transitioned from faculty to administrative leadership, becoming associate vice president for student success in 2018. She was promoted to vice president for academic affairs 1 year later and held that position until her appointment as interim president. We applaud the selection of Dr. Ruth Ray Jackson as the 17th president of Langston University. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the resolutions.
You've heard the motion. The resolution has been properly moved by Board Member Rutledge and seconded by Board Member Matthews. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. That motion carries. We'll go directly into informational items, A, B, and C. Okay. Legislative updates.
Guess I'm gonna do.
Is it in the item? Is it in the, do we have anything that was written in the agenda? The report? Is it included in the?
Good morning, good afternoon, rather, members of the board, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. The information on the legislative update is included in the president's report. We were consolidating those items for you all this month, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you should have regarding any of our legislative activities that we have, that have been going on. And do know that we're about 2.5 weeks left in the session this year, which concludes on June 3rd. And we've had a number of things that are going on, to include something that will be happening this evening with the Senate Finance Committee. So, Mr. President, I turn it over to you.
So I think even by Louisiana standards, this legislative session has been pretty interesting and continues to be. and it's a bit of a moving target. Thanks to Vice President Merrick and Director of Government Relations Cedric Upshaw, and their support and others on the staff, we've been actively engaged in the Capitol. I've been spending an average of 2 days, parts of 2 days, sometimes 2.5 days in the Capitol, been working closely with the Commissioner of Higher Education, my fellow presidents. I think one of the things we reported on earlier was the deferred maintenance bill that's moving forward. In addition to that, there's flexibility on tuition that's moving through the legislation. Gives flexibility to raise or lower tuition. It's not particularly relevant to us. And to be clear, we've always had the flexibility to do things with non-resident fees. They're not considered tuition, which was a new terminology for me. Several things that are out there. We're still aggressively looking for additional funding. And the controversy over the Constitutional Convention and the dispute between the legislature to a certain extent and the governor has made that very interesting. We haven't been able to advance amendments in the House, and I'll be having dinner with the Senate Finance Committee tonight, where Senator Fields and Senator Barrow have been very helpful to plugging these into Senate action. And we've got a list and some ideas of how we could spread that across legislation. They've been receptive to the idea. And then as I understand it, this will probably end up in a conference committee, and we'll see what happens there. The Revenue Estimating Conference announced there's about $89 million in additional revenue for next year and $197 million more for this year, which will give some flexibility for one-time money. It's pretty clear to me that this is going to be a year where whatever resources that we get will be one-time money and won't be much opportunity for significant recurring dollar increase until there's a resolution of the Constitutional Convention. That's what I would report as the legislative session.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Clayton.
Mr. President, have you guys studied as to whether or not, if this Constitutional Convention were to convene, things that we should be concerned about, maybe as a board, to try to be a trusted partner in trying to thwart against?
Attorney Clayton, I probably couldn't make you a complete list because it's almost anything's on the table. Certainly, I think we need to be worried about making sure that Southern has its own board, and that board has the authority to pick its chair and the presidents of its institutions. We've got some indication they want to take that off the table, but I think if there's a constitutional convention, who knows what will happen. I think that's probably the major thing with regard to Southern. I'm not informed enough to know or experienced enough in Louisiana to know how seriously there would be trying to collapse boards and collapse systems. But certainly that's a threat out there. I think that may be a step too far even in this era, but I would defer to the judgment of more experienced board members on that. Those are the things that come to mind to me.
Okay. I saw Mr. Fondale's
Yes. Mr. President, I want to commend you on the engagement of yourself, Dr. Merrick, and Attorney Upshaw, and engaging our legislators in securing the funds that are necessary and also building upon those particular relationships. In your dealings with them, have you been able to see, to make some inroads as far as growing our relationships with our legislative partners that are there?
Yeah, I think we've made progress. But outcomes matter. I mean, we got 2.5 to 3 more weeks to see what the outcomes are. I mean, people can like you,
And the
but
reason,
unless you get the outcomes.
and the reason I'm saying it, you're building the relationships,
Yes.
you're engaging them, and growing those. I can't speak on the outcome of it, but you're in the same room. I think you mentioned having dinner with them earlier also.
So we had dinner with Revenue and Fisk from Senate Finance, earlier this week. Senate Finance tonight. Had a little bit of a fiasco with Ways and Means, but I think next week we'll be circling back to do that. Yes, we have better relationships, more informed relationships now that give us the avenue to continue having these conversations. So that's the good news.
All right, and thank you for the report you sent also.
Thank you. And I also would like to commend the president, administration, all the chancellors as well. Very, very engaged, keeping me informed and the board informed. I think we're playing as well as we could play with the cards we have dealt to us. With that being said, I'm going to say something. I don't want anybody to misconstrue the fact that we have not been saying much publicly. We're not Rip Van Winkle. We're not going to sleep through the revolution and let folk believe that we're not interested in getting our $1+ billion back to this university. We expect some robust conversation. I've talked with the head of legal, and we're posturing ourselves to take the action that's required with conversation to seek any consideration that we feel that is reasonable. And it's going to be north of probably what's comfortable for many people that we're going to be talking to. But you can expect something between now and the next meeting, Mr. Chair of Legal, and report on what actions we feel we've taken so far and how it's working out for us, okay?
Yes. Are we still under the legislative updates? Or we moved into presidential?
Whatever is dealing with legislative updates, yeah. And then we'll go into the presidential report. The other, okay, item number B, presidential report.
Great time of the year, commencement. Thank you to Chancellor Gant for the invitation and opportunity to see the joyous occasion of the commencement at Susla a week ago. Something north of 300 graduates. Is especially exciting to see the dual enrollment students who are getting both high school diplomas and 2-year degrees. Great fun. Thank you to Chancellor Ammons. We were there for that. Senator Fields spoke at Susla, and Representative Carter was the speaker at SUNO. Over 300 graduates at SUNO. Great event there. Tomorrow, there'll be about almost 600 graduates here at SUBR. And then Saturday, 250 approximately graduates from the Law Center. Ronald Chandler, SU alum and the vice president at Apple, will be the commencement speaker for SUBR, and Senator Fields will be speaking to the law school graduates. A lot of other stuff, but I sent out a report to the board, so I won't eat up any more time. I want to give my chancellors a chance to say a few things, get us through the rest of the day. Happy to accept any questions, though.
I have one. Mr. President, at the Bayou Classic, we spoke about forming a committee for the medical school. Could you share any information with us with regards? And the reason I asked, I've received some phone calls from shareholders that are interested in being a part of this. So can you give us any information? Are we close to forming a committee? And what is our plans moving forward?
Thanks for the question. Right. So yes, we have a committee that's been put together. And just this morning, we had breakfast with my favorite board member. No.
Well, you pointed to me and you missed me because I'm a little short, right?
Vice Chair Ronnie Whitfield, Dr. Whitfield was there, Chancellor Pierre, myself, Dr. Ron Andrews, essentially to give some thought to a charge for the committee moving forward and brainstorm that. That committee will be meeting hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and will be given their charge, and you'll see more activity on that front moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions on the presidential report? Okay, we'll go directly to the chancellor report. I'm gonna throw you a curve today. Dr. Gant, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's Chairman Lawson, Chairman, Vice Chair Whitfield, and presidents and honorable members of the board. I won't discuss commencement. President Shields did a great job, but I would like to say thank you for your attendance, along with Chairman Lawson and Board Member Gilliam. Thank you so much for supporting our students. I am delighted to report that our dual enrollment program in Shreveport is expanding. We've been serving Caddo Parish and surrounding areas for approximately 21 years, but we have not had the opportunity to serve Bossier Parish. And on April 20th, we signed the MOU to expand our partnership, where we'll be partnering with Bossier Parish schools to offer dual enrollment in Bossier Parish. And we're really excited about that. We are starting our summer camps, some exciting summer camps. We have approximately 6 summer camps, which will be starting June 6th, I think is June 3rd through July 15th. We will be we're offering STEM summer camps for students, grades, middle and high school students. We will also have a cooking class camp for students, elementary school students at MS Kick. And so we're gearing up for our summer camps on campus. One of the other things I would like to report on, Southern University at Shreveport has been nominated as a hunger-free campus. We were one of the 6 Louisiana public post-secondary institutions to receive $8,000 to expand our food pantry on campus. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Lonnie McCrae on campus for leading that effort. And so that concludes my report. My report has been submitted in your board packet.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I'm still working on the president on this.
Yes.
He often likes to brag about the excitement surrounding the campus with 50 cents. I said, ooh, 50 cents. 50 cents. So we're going to work on it. But tied to, no, 50, we got to get him there. Tied to that, I'm hearing a lot of great things happening. Now, the center that's next to where he's trying to do the major development, where are we on that? Are we in conversation with his team?
Yes, sir. We're still in conversation. We're actually working out an MOU. Southern University at Shreveport will be responsible for offering any certificates, any associate degrees that are tied to G Unit. And we are still looking over the MOU because the challenge is I don't want to go into much detail, but there was one building that they were interested in, but the building we're in, which is Epic Center, they're interested in that building as well. And so we are having to look at another space to offer those academic courses for G Unit and individuals in the community based on the HUD grant. And so we're still in conversation. Our legal team has been reviewing MOUs, but we're waiting right now for G Unit to send us the final MOU for approval through our general counsel.
I know board members may not be aware how significant this is. I know board member Dudley is, because we've talked about it multiple times. This is a game changer, quite frankly, for that campus and the Shreveport campus. And I think all the chancellors probably will agree is probably poised for great growth, not only because of the trend with students not trending toward 4 years now as much as credentialing, stackable credentials. So I'm excited about what I'm seeing happen for the entire area of Shreveport, board member Dudley, and hopefully you will continue to keep the local board members and this board engage in certainly legal committee. If we need to start amending leases and things of that nature, we want to make sure that we kind of know ahead of time where they're going. Any other questions or comments? Board Member Dudley.
I'll just kind of add, thank you for that emphasis, and thank you, Chancellor Gant, for moving forward with FITI. It's FITI, Chair. FITI.
G-Unit, FITI.
But he is definitely interested to expand economic development in Northwest Louisiana, not just Shreveport.
Right.
But they are also, and the developers that are instrumental in bringing them to the area are interested in having special relationships with HBCUs. It is still a competitive environment, so as everybody wants a piece of it because it's new business. As you can appreciate, it's exciting and it's energy in our market. So I know Dr. Gant is working aggressively and working with our partners and stakeholders there, and thank you for that. And so it's a good time to be there, and he's seeking to grow beyond the things that have already been put on the table. So. Yes.
And Board Member Gilliam is certainly excited too, because it's the kind of thing he's been looking and working so hard for. So excited. And by the way, we were well represented by the vice chair at the announcements. He was in every picture that 50 took, I promise you. The problem was he was standing in front of it. No, we're grateful for Dr. Whitfield, the hip hop doctor, for being actively involved in the work.
Comment on the fact that the Chancellor, again, now we went to the schools and read to the kids, and so it was just more than the G unit and the FITI.
That's right.
So we did go, and thank you for allowing me to read to the kids. It was a great event and great time.
Yes.
I didn't rap to the kids.
Oh, okay.
And I did read something on Myron's grade level.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good.
Well,
That's
thank you.
right. Third grade, impressive.
I wanted to end with that, so thank you, Vice Chair Whitfield. I want to thank you for joining us on Literacy Friday. The school has reported back that the students really enjoyed it and appreciate your donation of the book to all of the students and to their library. So thank you so much for
RJ
joining
did
us
it
for
again,
Literacy
huh?
Friday.
RJ did it.
Yes. It was good.
We're
Thank
gonna
you.
go next to catching a trend now. We skipped Dr. Ammons, and we'll go to Dr. McMeans next month. Dr. McMeans, what he says. Go ahead, Dr. McMeans. Oh my.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure being with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again?
What's that? First of all, good afternoon. Amazingly, a part of my presentation is relevant to hip hop. One of the things that we're doing this summer is we're introducing some new summer programs. You should have received a flyer from the Ag Center and College of Ag. Our JAGcation will be in the second year under extension, and we're really happy about introducing young people to agriculture and opportunities in agriculture. Of course, Bayou has been around long. We have individuals who are in national, international leadership roles that have finished through the Bayou program under the College of Ag and the Ag Center. The new area that in my previous life, we had a program called Hip Hop Boot Camp. So I brought this to Dr. Whitfield and my extension program. And thanks to them, we will be having our first hip hop camp at Southern University. And it would involve a lot of people, not just ag, not just the College of Ag, but individuals in music, individuals in dance. And so we're excited about this. Yesterday, we presented for the third time in a row before the Rural Caucus, the second largest caucus of the Louisiana legislature. And there was two things that they said they were really interested in when I visited with them with Dr. Walker and Dr. Katera Williams. And that was K through 12, what are we doing to interest young people in agriculture? The other one was producing veterinarians. That was a big one. And I felt like we were on the right track with our summer programs, our after-school programs, our in-service programs. But what was more important is that we had our first Vet Explore program, outreach program on May 4th. And we had 150 participants, and this was to introduce young people to opportunities in veterinary medicine, as well as our students who are pre-vet students meet with practicing vets. And we had 14 African-American veterinarians, and and blacks make up only 2% in the U.S. of all veterinarians in the United States. And so we wanted to expose these young people to opportunities, but also make them aware there are people that look like them. And what was amazing, the dinner that we hosted for the vets, was that 3/4 of them did their undergraduate at Southern University. Wow. So that was quite impressive to have those individuals there. So we were really excited about that program. The one program I didn't get a chance to, one issue or I didn't get a chance to talk to you about is one of the deferred maintenance is also a national issue, and it's a food insecurity issue with our agricultural programs. 8 years ago, I, along with about 10 of my friends, associates across the country, introduced a bill for $9 billion for the 107 land grant institutions. Of course, we did not make any progress, but I'm happy to report to you, I did receive notification from the chair of the House committee in Congress that they will approve $1 billion as a start for research facilities at land grant institutions. So I think that's moving in the right direction. And I'll close with an item I didn't get a chance to report on at the meeting in Shreveport. In April, we had our 2024 biennial research symposium, which is comprised of faculty, staff, and students from the 1890 land grant institutions. I have been chairing it for 22 years. And when I started to put things in perspective, there was 343 people when I started my first chairing of that meeting. We had 1,600 individuals in Nashville, and it was by far the largest. It was hosted by Tennessee State, and Southern was very well represented. We had about 80 individuals. Our students did well, and we're happy. Now, the good news is I've been asked to do it again for 2026, and Southern University will be the host of the 2026 symposium. So I'm glad you guys are clapping because I'm going to need all of your help. We're expecting 2,000 individuals, and we're going to be in New Orleans at the Hyatt. So, and with about 700 or 800 undergraduate students, I think we're going to need a little assistance. But we're excited about it. I already talked to President Shields about it. So we're excited about this opportunity. And I know we're going to be great hosts, and because we are trying to produce the next generation of not only agriculturalists, but ag leaders. So thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. I always say it's real talk when he starts talking, but I'm going to put him on the spot. And I like good news. Just share with this body, what were the numbers at the Ag Center for students when you came? And tell us what the numbers are now.
When I arrived, we were right around 300 or so students, a little bit less. We have doubled since then in our student enrollment. I was laughing yesterday because I spoke after my colleague from LSU, and they said they had the largest growth ever with 20%. Well, I went behind them and I said we've increased by 50% over the last 2 years.
I think that deserves a round of applause, doesn't it?
So we're excited. And one more thing, I know we only have 2.5 weeks left in the session, but we're fortunate enough that both the House and Senate Ag Committee will be on campus next Thursday. And they want to specifically tour our facilities. So thanks to Ken Dawson and Dr. Walker and Dr. Williams for help setting that up. And I think it may be our last effort as it relates to one-time money and other items, because we do have some facilities that are in disrepair and need to be renovated. Of course, we'll make sure that we take them on the bumpiest roads that we can find. And we will definitely not miss the poultry houses because they are definitely in need of renovation, if not torn down and rebuilt. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. We'll go next to the Chancellor, Mr. Pierre, Attorney Pierre.
Thank you, sir. You have the report from Southern University and the A&M College, and of course, we look forward to commencement tomorrow. Also on tomorrow for the Law Center, we are unveiling a portrait of Judge John Parker, who was a longtime Middle District Court judge and was involved in some very significant cases involving civil rights in Baton Rouge. The school desegregation case, Mr. Rutledge, of course, remembers that. And the actual case that brought judges, black judges, into the state of Louisiana in a real way. And it's interesting that we will be doing that on the heels of a very significant ruling yesterday by the United States Supreme Court, reference to the drawing of lines in congressional races. And we're doing it tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. We invite you to come to that because tomorrow represents the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board. May 17, 1954 was a historic day, and tomorrow we will celebrate 70 years of that. And because of his work in the East Baton Rouge school system, Davis versus East Baton Rouge school system, we thought it was an appropriate day to unveil his portrait that will hang in the Southern University Law Center in our law library.
Thank you, Chancellor. Question, Board Member Fundale.
Thank you. Chancellor Pierre, I had a conversation with you with regards to a resolution that was passed on last year for the HBCU send-off, Southern University send-off, as far as a recruiting event. In 2015, we passed a resolution that set up the National Academic Signing Day, which has been, I want to say, 7 out of the last 9 years since it's been implemented. Are we at a position where we can kind of rally the alums through our newly appointed Federation President, Mr. Dixon, along with the school to kind of put everything together? Is that something that we could see is possible for this coming August?
Yes, Mr. Dixon and I have met, and we're discussing a plan of how we're going to do a combined tour of various Alumni Federation chapters, not only within the state of Louisiana, but outside of the state of Louisiana. So yes, we definitely want to pull together those things. I haven't had the what I would call deeper discussion with our enrollment management, but we want to bring them along with all of this because it brings new people to these Alumni Federation chapters. And as I said to you, I think it's a great idea, and we definitely want to implement it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor. Now we'll go to Chancellor Dr. Ammons. Dr. Ammons, coming your way soon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Whitfield, members of the board, President Shields, and colleagues. You have the report from SUNO in your packet. In taking a look at that report from SUNO, you would notice that we are continuing to grow our student research emphasis at the institution. Our students made presentations at SU Day at the legislature, and we also held recently our research conference on our campus. I want to congratulate the students as well as the faculty who are preparing them, because their work is paying off. We had our commencement on last week, and I want to thank Mr. Shorty, Ms. Smith, and President Shields for attending commencement, and just some highlights from it. We have a student, one of our grads, summa cum laude grad, Ms. Breon Stinger, who is getting ready to go off to Indiana University School of Optometry. She would be the second student from SUNO to attend Indiana University School of Optometry. Our former Miss SUNO, Jessica Thomas, is completing her first year at Indiana. We also have Miss India Robinson, who graduated last week, and she's headed to Xavier University's College of Pharmacy. And also we have Miss Caitlin Diggs, biology major who is headed to Morehouse School of Medicine for her PhD in biomedical science. So the emphasis that we have in research, again, is showing in our students and our graduates. I also want to announce, and this is really significant, in addition to the other announcements that I made, a graduate of SUNO in 2016. She is now Dr. Janica Gordon. She just completed her PhD in physics from North Carolina A&T State University. You know, we talk about the underrepresentation of African Americans in various disciplines. Physics is one of them. And now we have an opportunity as a system to bring back one of our own, having a PhD in physics, Ms. Janica Gordon, and want to congratulate her. She graduated just last week. We also had 3 of our cybersecurity students to take first, second, and third place in a cybersecurity hiking conference that was held earlier this month. The program in cybersecurity is attracting a growing number of students, and these students are just beginning, and they're already taking top prizes in hiking competitions. They're going to attend the national or maybe international hiking competition in Las Vegas in the fall, and we're hoping to see some great results from our students in cybersecurity when they return from Las Vegas. So, Mr. Chair, that is my report, and if there are any questions, I'll respond.
Thank you, Dr. Ammons. I appreciate the reports coming from our chancellor. We'll go directly to item number 7, action items. A, approval of the minutes. I think
we have an error on the approval of the minutes. It's dated as March 15th. That should be 4/19/2024. So we need to amend that or make a change to the date for the minutes.
Okay, we'll recognize it on a motion. Are you moving on item A and any other items on that?
No.
Okay, with that amendment as requested, which items are we moving on? A.
Sorry, just the date, Attorney Shorty. It should be 4/19/2024. It says March 15th of 2024. Agenda item, action item A, just the minutes, just the correct date. That's all.
Okay. You heard the motion made with the amendment on 7A, moved by board member Dr. Whitfield, properly second by board member Rutledge. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, that motion carries. Item B, request for approval of committee reports and recommendation. Properly moved by Dr. Tarver, properly second by board member Young. Discussion, board member Rutledge.
I just want to add that between council, the president, the vice chancellor, and the chancellor come up with some language for the out-of-state waiver that I'd like to read into the record so we can make that a part of the committee's report from finance item 5B. That's okay with you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
we'll entertain that to be read into the minutes as an amendment in addition to.
It would be in addition to, because we never really adopted the item.
Yes, it's in addition to. You've heard the motion amended,
sir?
Still need to take action
Right.
on that item
Correct.
if
Right,
that's
that's
the
what we're
pleasure of the
doing.
board. Yes, sir. So I would suggest that you approve all of the other committee reports and then handle that one item from that committee separately.
Okay,
That's
they
the
require
recommendation.
unanimous consent
No, sir.
because it's related to the agenda item.
No, it's not. The board, based on bylaws, can
Right.
consider these items outside of the.
Okay, item B, you've heard the motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Now we have,
Okay, regarding item 5B from the Finance Committee's agenda, to be eligible for the out-of-state fee waiver, applicants must meet the following criteria. 1, be enrolled as a full-time student and maintain full-time status. 2, have a current GPA of 2.75 or higher and a minimum ACT score of 24 or SAT equivalent. 3, a committee may hear any fee waiver appeals to offer a student with a minimum GPA of 2.5 and demonstrated financial need as indicated on the FAFSA or significant contribution to the university's community, e.g. participation in extracurricular activities, leadership roles, community service, etc., etc. The chancellor shall approve all waiver recommendations made by the committee. That ends the.
Okay, you've heard that motion made by Board Member Rutledge. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Board Member Matthews. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Takes us to item number 7C.
I move 7C and D.
You have a motion made by Board Member Rutledge for 7CD. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Dr.
I have a
Whitfield.
second by Dr. Whitfield. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number E, request approval for interim chancellor law center. That motion made by Board Member Rutledge
We want to hear the recommendation first.
for the to entertain a recommendation.
Okay.
Slow down. To entertain a recommendation. Board Member Rutledge to entertain a recommendation by the president, probably second by Board Member Clayton.
Okay. I'm going to try to do this quickly, but I think it deserves a little more than just me giving a name. I want to thank the Law Center faculty for hosting me at a faculty meeting almost 2 weeks ago where I discussed my thoughts on an interim chancellor and began the discussion about the process for the search for the next permanent chancellor. As an outgrowth of that, it gave me the opportunity to have conversations with a number of people who expressed an interest or were nominated by others, 7 or 8 people. I will tell you it was heartening for me because I haven't spent that much time talking to law professors in a long time. But the passion those folks had, interest that they had in the school, the thoughtful ideas they had moving forward about the things that need to be addressed in the Law Center in the short term and in the longer term was very heartening. And once this is decided, I will be circling back to them and thanking each and every one of them for taking the time out to spend some time talking with me and will further inform as we move forward with the search. The last thing I'll say on that is I think it's really important for every institution every 5 to 7 to 8 years to take a pause and find a vehicle to sort of assess where they are, talk about what they want to be, what kind of leadership they need, and move forward. And at the heart of that has to be the faculty with the academic institution. I'm impressed by the Law Center's faculty's willingness to take this on and listen to me chatter on about that notion, but I think it needs to be taken very seriously. And I'm actually excited about the prospect of what will come out of the search moving forward. So, having said that, I think there were a number of people who, quote, were qualified to host this position. I will say that I had a bias because I think because it affects the process that not be someone who wants to be a candidate for the permanent position. That was not an absolute, but I think it creates logistical details and impediments, et cetera. I'm pleased to recommend to this board a person that's been long associated with the law school, Attorney Alvin Washington, to be the interim chancellor moving forward of the Law Center.
Okay, you make the motion.
I'd just like to add to the motion that my motion, based on the president's comments, is to approve the recommendation of Alvin Washington to serve as the interim chancellor of the Southern University Law Center, and to authorize the president with the concurrence of the chairman to negotiate an acceptable compensation package for him during his service as interim chancellor and a start date.
Allude to that these interim person cannot apply for the permanent piece. Am I correct with that? And I say that if you didn't, then I'm good.
What I would say is my preference would be for someone who on the way in isn't committed to being a candidate. Who knows what will happen down the line?
Got you. That's just your preference.
He said wasn't absolute.
And I
so
second-
that's why I guess.
I second the motion.
And that wasn't part of his
in my
motion.
motion either.
I second that.
Okay. You've heard the motion, and please let the record reflect the motion was made and seconded by Tony Clayton, Des Moines Rutledge, and he seconded. History is going to reflect this today.
It'll be the only time, probably.
Any other discussion?
Can we ask the new chancellor to would you like to have?
Well, we vote first and
Oh,
then
yeah,
that's
okay.
what
I'm
we
sorry, I
vote.
thought we had.
No, all in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Let's give him a round of applause right here. Mr. Washington. Mr. Allen Rayard.
Thank you guys very much. I think I have had some success initially in bringing Tony Clayton and Des Moines Rutledge together.
That's what you claiming? Hold
Yes,
on.
if we don't do anything else, I think that's success. But I do want to thank the board chair and the board members and President Shields and Chancellor Pierre for this opportunity to serve. I did indicate to them that I am not interested in the permanent position. I have been at the law school for 20 years, and I do think that there should be a process that allows other people to apply at some other time. I am a graduate of Southern University Law Center. I'm a product of its mission, and I embrace that mission, and I want to advance that mission. And with the assistance of the faculty and the staff and the students, I want to continue our legacy of producing lawyer leaders. So again, I want to thank you guys for this opportunity. I have to recognize that my classmate is on the board, Zazelle Dudley. I'm originally from Minden, Louisiana, in a little small country part of the country called Thompson Quarters. And I went to elementary school in Minden, and then I went to middle school and high school in Shreveport. And then don't hold this against me, I went to Grambling State University.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Where I was the Student Government Association president. And then I was accepted at Southern University Law Center. And I graduated in 1987. I was admitted to practice in 1987. Then I entered the military as a Naval JAG officer stationed in Long Beach, California. And I was a prosecutor, I was a defense attorney, and I was the head of our claims department. And when I got out of the military, I started at the Attorney General's office as an assistant attorney general, and then went back to Southern as the director of career services and placement. And then I returned to the Attorney General as the section chief for the Civil Rights Division for 5 years. And then went back to Southern as director of agriculture mediation program. And now I am the managing professor for our mediation clinic. Our focus is going to be on improving our bar passage rate, both our first time and ultimate bar passage rate. We have a great faculty, we have great students, and we have programs already in place. That's one thing that Chancellor Pierre did. He has initiated almost every academic assistant program that you can think of and board prep program. Our challenge is getting our students to take advantage of those opportunities because they do require some extra work. But the students who participate in those programs, they pass the bar at a higher rate. So we're gonna take an inventory of the programs that we have. We're gonna assess those programs. We're gonna look at best practices, and then we're gonna implement whatever changes that are necessary to help our students do better on the board. So once again, I want to thank you guys for this opportunity.
Thank you.
No, I'm not gonna be as long as Jeff.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Washington. We know you're going to be up to the test. Washington. Not today, I did. Okay. Now we'll go into item number F, request approval of the Dennis Hill amended contract. And I'd like to take F and G together and also entertain a motion for going into executive session. And I'll read the motion that the Southern University Board of Supervisors may go into executive session to discuss a personnel matter, including Dennis Shields and John Pierre. And while in executive session, no motions will be made or votes taken. Is there a motion to do such? Properly moved by Board Member Reeves, seconded by Board Member Tarver. Roll call vote. Okay.
Mr. Myron Lawson,
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Yes.
Attorney Tony Clayton. Ms. Zazelle Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr., Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Demoyne Rutledge, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mrs. Ann A. Smith, Dr. Leon R. Tarver II, Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Jairon Young.
Unless everybody loves staying around and hanging out on a Thursday evening, you can do so. But unless the president wants you to stay, you can go home because we're going to come out and adjourn.
Before y'all leave, though, I would like to recognize
Okay. The Southern University Board of Supervisors met in executive session to discuss some personnel matter involving Chancellor John Pierre and President Dennis Shields. While in executive session, no votes were taken, nor votes, nor motions made. Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
Got a motion made by Paul Matthews, properly seconded by Des Moines Rutledge. Roll call.
Chairman Myron Lawson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Yes.
Attorney Tony Clayton.
Yes.
Mrs. Azale Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr.
Yes.
Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Miss Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Reverend Samuel Talbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. And Mr. Jaron Young.
Thank you.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vito. Item number F and G, request approval of Dennis Shield, President Dennis Shield amended contract. Got a motion by Dr. Whitfield. Discussion, hear none. All in favor, aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item number G, request for approval of Chancellor John Pierre's contract. Is there a motion? Properly moved by Board Member Christy Reeves, properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor, aye. Opposed, item number 8. Any other business needs to come before the board? Got a motion? Considers adjourned. Thank you very much.